Chapter 1024. It's very simple. Sue, you stared at the 8 sealed entrances. You just have to open the exit. Han Fei was extremely intelligent. She immediately understood Su Yu's intention. I know what to do, Han Fei said calmly. The demonic qi on her body was surging and surging. A pitch-black sun slowly condensed. Unlike the previous black suns, this black sun was even larger in shape. It enveloped Han Fei in the center, as though she was the king of the blazing sun. Even the mortal fairy's strength of the martial arts tower can't break it, but we can build a cross-border tunnel, Han Fei said casually, as if she had never realized how earth-shattering it was to build a trans-realm passageway. The principle of the swallowing power of my demon black sun is that it can run through the 9 regions and the demon world. As long as we pass through the tunnel opened by the demon black sun, we can leave the 9 regions and then return to the 9 regions from the demon world. Going back and forth, you can break away from the martial pagoda and directly return outside the martial pagoda. This would explain why Han Fei was reborn from the black hole unscathed when she was cut into pieces by a single sword strike during the trial of the 100th level. The reason was that he had hidden in the tunnel between the 2 realms. Such a heaven-defying move was truly astonishing. Han Fei glanced at the 20,000 people and said, I can open the passageway, but the problem is, how are we going to move all 20,000 people out at once? I need to support the black hole, and I can only support it for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to succeed with just you and that brat. The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled up, and he chuckled softly at a certain nothingness. Have you forgotten that I have a portable cave residence with me? Not to mention 20,000. Even 100,000 is nothing. Upon hearing that, Han Fei's eyes lit up. I see. It doesn't matter even if we bring them back to Jojo when they are trapped in the dreamland. There are many mighty people in Jojo, so it's a piece of cake to dispel a mere illusion. Han Fei no longer had any doubts. Then let's do it quickly. Don't let the black dog gain the upper hand. Su Yu nodded and flew to Bing Wuxin's side. He then took her into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Then the inner sanctum disciples of the Red Blood Palace came in succession. Sure enough, the trick worked wonders. After storing them in the 9 jade spiritual pearl, Su Yu and Han Fei returned to the outside of the martial tower. Even if 20,000 challengers were equivalent to losing their experience, it was still better than dying in the glittering jewel wonderland. As Su Yu continued to absorb it, all of a sudden, invisible waves rippled around the martial tower. Wasn't I sitting cross-legged and cultivating? Why did you come out? Why are you all here? That's impossible. It hasn't even been 10 days. How can we all exit the martial tower? In an instant, more than 20,000 people woke up one after another, and they were inexplicably shocked. The illusion had been broken. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Fei's indifferent face. Just as Su Yu had said, the black dog had removed the illusion on its own. That black dog finally couldn't stand it anymore in order to annihilate all of us. Su Yu stood beside Han Fei and released Bing Wuxin and the students of the Red Blood Palace. In reality, the 9 jade spiritual pearl was a portable abode, but it was not as vast as the black dog had imagined. It might be able to accommodate 2,000 people, but Su Yu had deliberately underestimated it by saying that it could accommodate 20,000 people. However, in order to kill all the trial takers, it had been fooled in a moment of desperation and released the illusion on its own. However, both Su Yu and Han Fei knew that the bloody feast would begin when the illusion was lifted. The black dog's goal was to lure the 20,000 cultivators to kill each other. Ha ha ha! Foolish and insignificant trial takers! Have you finally come out from my illusion? The black dog's voice floated around the martial tower loud and clear. Hearing this, the challengers were all shocked. What, an illusion? Impossible! I've obtained the crystal ball and the bone. It's exactly as the elders of the faction told us. Is this the end of our opportunities? Only a few of the quick-witted and calm ones looked around, and their faces gradually darkened. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. You're about to be trapped to death, and you're still thinking about training? How stupid! The black dog mocked them to its heart's content. At this moment, most of the challengers finally sensed that the situation had changed, and they all came to the doors of the Marshall Tower in an attempt to open it. The result was, of course, hopeless. Don't worry, everyone. The Marshall Tower will open in 7 days. Don't listen to this black dog's slanderous words. A reputable challenger encouraged the crowd. 7 days? Humph! I control the Marshall Tower. The opening and closing times are all up to me. It's more than enough to lock you all up until you die. The black dog sneered contemptuously. At the same time, as if in response to the black dog's voice, the 8 entrances and exits of the Marshall Tower opened without warning. And before the crowd could react, they were immediately closed again. This scene finally caused the trial takers to panic. This mysterious person behind the scenes could really control the Marshall Tower's opening and closing at will. If they were locked up for 100 years, none of them would survive. If you don't mind, you can borrow my passage between the 2 worlds. An indifferent voice drifted into everyone's ears. However, Han Fei was still maintaining the heavenly demon Black Sun. The eyes of those who knew about the heavenly demon Black Sun lit up at once, and there was hope of survival. Hee. Do you believe this woman from the devil doctrine? As a devil, she does things in a radical manner. Are you sure you'll be teleported to the 9 states after entering, and not the demonic realm? Also, even if she's merciful, the heavenly demon Black Sun can only last for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. There are 20,000 of you. How long can you teleport away? Hearing this, the challengers immediately became restless. At this desperate moment, everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. Although they knew that the black dog was using psychological tricks to confuse them, what it said was exactly what they were most worried about. If you really want to live, I can give you a chance. As expected, the black dog revealed its fox's tail. A person who decided their fate had given them a clear path. Everyone knew that they would fall for it, but no one was willing to give up on a fluke. As long as you kill a challenger from the foreign realm, I will grant you the right to leave the Marshall Tower. Hearing this, many challengers were shocked. What a vicious method! Out of 20,000 people, only 10,000 could survive. However, this was only the most ideal situation, where one person killed the other. Such a situation was absolutely impossible to achieve, because it had another requirement, and that was it had to be a challenger from the foreign realm. Within their own faction, if they were willing to coordinate, they could always choose some people to sacrifice themselves. This method was the most harmonious, and there would be no complications. However, killing the challengers from the foreign realm was where the problem lay. For example, if Qian Feng of the Heavenly Knife region killed Bing Wuxin of the Red Blood Palace, would the Red Blood Palace have no reaction? No, it would trigger a decisive battle between the Red Blood Palace and the Heavenly Knife region. By then, the casualties would not be one-on-one. There was a high probability that both sides would suffer, or even perish together. It was the same for the rest of the influences. When the development reached the middle stage, due to the different losses of the influences, there would be a reshuffling of the strong and the weak. When the time came, a chaotic war would break out, and it would no longer be a fight between 2 influences, but between 3, 4, or even more influences. The number of casualties would far exceed half. In the end, out of the 20,000 people, it would be lucky if even 5,000 survived. Humph! Our enemy now is you. Don't try to tempt us into killing each other. Many challengers were furious, as if they were being toyed with. The black dog did not hide its anger. Hey, you're just a bunch of ants, so what if I tempt you? Whether you want to live or die, it's up to you. My patience is limited. If you don't make a move in 3 breaths, I'll leave immediately and all of you will be trapped to death." All of a sudden, the indignant voices became much weaker. The atmosphere at the scene changed from silent to oppressive, from oppressive to vigilant, and from vigilant to murderous. Yes, they knew that the other party was plotting openly, but they had no other choice. Moreover, they had already prepared for this battle. Only by killing more challengers could they obtain a higher chance of sublimation. Now, it was only 7 days in advance. Desperation breeds greed, and greed breeds murderous intent. A feast of slaughter that had been brewing quietly began. The weaker challengers retreated to the edge of the martial tower in groups, as if they were facing a great enemy. Some challengers who had no intention of joining the slaughter turned pale. Some of the more confident, strong men gradually bared their sharp fangs. The slaughter had yet to begin, but they could already smell the scent of fresh blood. There were a total of 20,000 people. It was no longer something that Han Fei and Su Yu could hold off. This was a kind of momentum, an unstoppable momentum. In the void, the black dog grinned, revealing its ferocious teeth. "I've won." It laughed triumphantly. Su Yu said placidly, "Is that so?" "I don't think you've won." The black dog manipulated the hearts of people. Its methods were not brilliant, but it created a general trend that couldn't be changed by relying on the strength of a few people. Words can no longer stop the bloodthirsty hearts. "The only way to end everything is to curb violence with violence," Su Yu said. Rising into the air, Su Yu looked down. His unexpected move caused the whole situation to be affected. The slaughter that was on the verge of breaking out abruptly shook the place. Looking up, Su Yu's face appeared before everyone's eyes. If it had been an hour ago, they wouldn't have paid any attention to this silver-masked challenger. However, the sudden appearance of the story master Su Yu had left an indelible impression on them. They waited silently for Su Yu to finish speaking. When he finished, the slaughter would begin. "I order all of you not to make a move." Su Yu uttered a sentence that many people weren't surprised by. However, even the starry sky genius Han Fei couldn't stop them, let alone Su Yu, who had just made a name for himself. Those who were looking up at him lowered their gazes, their murderous intent rising. In their hearts, there was only a cold snort. "What right do you have to order us?" "Because I and the Red Blood Palace can kill all of you. Leave no one alive." His sonorous words reverberated like thunder, shaking everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but be shaken, because they had almost forgotten something. The Book of the Heart's Oaths. In order to enter the ancient tower, everyone except the supreme heavenly demon faction had signed the Book of the Heart's Oaths. They weren't allowed to attack the Red Blood Palace at any time, but the Red Blood Palace could attack them, and even retaliating would be considered a violation of their oaths. Think about it, if the elites of the Red Blood Palace went on a killing spree in this narrow martial tower, who would be able to escape? As for retaliating, once they did, the Book of the Heart's Oaths would take effect immediately, and the inner demons would strike. Regardless of how it would affect their future training, the inner demons would take effect on the battlefield, and any slight lapse in concentration would lead to eternal damnation. Slivers of coldness welled up in everyone's hearts. "Wait, you said that you wouldn't take the initiative to attack us before the martial disaster. Are you going to go back on your word?" The #1 expert of one of the regions was extremely excited. He had been prepared to harvest the challengers to increase his chances of success. Chapter 10:25. Promise? Do you have my signature and stamp? Su Yu sneered. You're the chief disciple of the faction, yet you go back on your word. Aren't you afraid that the Red Blood Palace will be laughed at by the world? Many strong men who couldn't hold back their murderous intent were extremely indignant. Su Yu said calmly, "I'm sorry, I have to correct you. I'm just an ordinary student from the outside sanctum of the Red Blood Palace. I'm neither favored by the faction leader nor favored by my senior brothers and sisters. I've been living a lonely and poor life, serving as the faction's sweeper all year round. I don't think the faction's reputation will be affected by a sweeper like me. Sweeper? Many of the strong challengers were trembling. Are you trying to deceive us? Idiot! The sweeper is the greatest hidden expert. Su Yu was secretly disdainful. At the same time, many pairs of surprised eyes were fixed on the elite students of the Red Blood Palace. Su Yu must be joking. Whether it was his previous leader status or his invincible battle prowess after becoming the story master. He should be their chief disciple, shouldn't he? What was up with the sweeper of the outside sanctum? The elites of the Red Blood Palace were flushed with embarrassment. A female student couldn't help but grumble. Junior brother Su, it's true that you're a disciple of the outside sanctum, but to say that you're a sweeper of the Red Blood Palace, living a lonely and poor life, this is... He ran amok in the outside sanctum, seduced peerless beauties like Bing Wuxin, Gongsun Wuxia, and Shuyin, beat up the elites of the inner sanctum from time to time, and acted cool and domineering when he was outside, bringing back a few great merits and becoming famous in the region. This was completely different from the lonely, destitute life that he was talking about as a sweeper. This was the life of a completely different master. Junior Sister Bing, can I cut him down with my sword? A female student asked softly, holding the hilt of her sword. Bing Wuxin shook her head. Of course not. Give me a sword as well. In short, Su Yu's earth-shattering identity as a sweeper had shocked everyone. Back to business. I'll kill whoever dares to make the first move. So you said, those who don't want to fight, stand on my left, and those who want to fight, stand on my right. Su Yu's palms face down, making a choice. Well, Lala, 20,000 people stood on the left, not a single one spared. What a joke! Who would dare to stand on the right side? Regardless of whether it was the weak who had been pardoned or the strong who harbored murderous intentions, all of them succumbed to Su Yu's tyrannical power. Pa, pa, pa! Applause rang out from the void. It was the sound of a dog clapping its hooves. Wonderful! What an eye-opener! Over the past 10,000 years, it's not like there hasn't been a genius like you who tried to stop the slaughter, but it's the first time you've done this, the black dog exclaimed in admiration. From the very beginning, forcing it to take the initiative to undo everyone's illusions, to dispel the killing intent it had carefully planned. He had done it step by step, and it was exceptionally ingenious. In fact, I even suspect that you've already anticipated this heart's oath scroll. The black dog said, I believe that, even without the opportunity created by the supreme heavenly demon sect, you'll find a way to restrict them. Su Yu smiled but did not speak. Indeed, he had thought of such a plan before, but it was inconvenient for him to carry it out, and the supreme heavenly demon sect had given him this opportunity. However, the black dog changed the topic. But do you really think you've won? How can you be so sure that I have solved everyone's illusion? Everyone was shocked. It was impossible. All of the students had shown signs of activity, and none of them were in the illusion. All of a sudden, a horrible shriek rang out. A male challenger's chest had been smashed to pieces without any warning. The attacker was the female student behind him. Her eyes were blank, and she held a bloody bone claw in her hand. She's been controlled by the illusion to kill someone. The crowd around her retreated immediately, shocked and furious. The person she had killed was a student from another region. She killed a challenger from the Tianming region. Kill her? Yes, to prevent her from causing more trouble. The companions of the female challenger drew their swords. Stop. She's only an illusion, and she didn't mean to hurt anyone. Who dares to hurt her? A life for a life, not to mention being controlled by someone else. Who knows if she'll strike again? Having lost their companion, the people of the Tianming region were furious. Then let's give it a try. Let's see if you dare to come. The other side retorted. The forces of the two regions were at daggers drawn, ready to fight at any moment. Suyu frowned. "Stop it, all of you." When he finished speaking, he threw down the meteor light stream formation from the air, trapping the controlled woman and knocking her out. Glancing at the two sides with cold eyes, Suyu said, "Fools! You're playing right into her hands. Once the war starts, it won't just be you two who will be implicated." Even if only the two sides were fighting, the restless strong men who wanted to fight for the chance of sublimations wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. It was too easy to create a little conflict secretly and get involved in the war. Therefore, they couldn't afford to start a war now. "Protect her. If she's unconscious, knock her out immediately," Suyu said. Even though they weren't convinced by Suyu, he had become the leader of the crowd. Both sides had to stop fighting. However, right at that moment, two horrible shrieks rang out. The two women were beheaded by the unknown male challenger behind them with two swords. Both of them were killed at the same time. Suyu's face fell. Without waiting for the situation to develop, he immediately trapped the male challenger and knocked him out, forcing the two sides to calm down. However, before they could be appeased, another tragic situation occurred. "Don't kill anyone who's being controlled. Subdue and knock them out. I'll kill anyone who makes a move." Sensing the crisis, Suyu bellowed. Then, similar sneak attacks appeared one after another. Although they were forcibly suppressed by Suyu, hatred had arisen among many factions. At the same time, the situation that had been stabilized with great difficulty once again fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Everyone was on guard. Even the seniors and sisters of the same faction couldn't be trusted, because no one knew if the other party was being controlled. If one conflict could be suppressed, then 2 or 3 could be suppressed. However, as more conflicts emerged, even if Suyu had the Book of the Heart's Oaths, he might not be able to intimidate them. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, let me see if you still have the ability to transcend the heavens." The black dog laughed arrogantly. As the laughter continued, screams of agony rang out one after another. At that moment, he maintained absolute calmness. After a moment of silence, he said, "Bring all the people who attacked us just now to me." At his command, the unconscious people were all brought over. He took out a drop of the fountain of life, which emitted a cooling scent and woke them up one by one. With everyone on guard, they woke up one by one. "What happened to me? What happened just now? Did I fall into a coma?" The people who woke up were generally the same. They couldn't remember what had just happened. "What have you discovered?" Han Fei came over, realizing the gravity of the situation. She couldn't help but ask. Suyu's eyes flashed as he looked around at the 20,000 challengers. 2 things. First, its ability is limited, and it can only activate the illusory technique one by one. Judging from the consecutive incidents that happened just now, no 2 incidents happened at the same time, but one after another. This means that it can only activate one person at a time to launch a sneak attack. Upon hearing that, Han Fei nodded slowly. "I thought of that too." Then, the most important thing is the second point. Suyu's eyes were solemn. "It's probably among us." Han Fei raised her brows. "We saw the black dog escape from the Marshall Tower with our own eyes." "You're saying it's still in the tower? Do you have any proof?" Suyu nodded. "Of course. Although I'm not good at illusory techniques, I still understand the basic principles of illusory techniques. Illusory techniques can only be performed through a medium. For example, the look, the words, the smell. No illusory technique can be performed without a medium. How could the black dog, who's outside the tower, perform it in an impenetrable enclosed environment like the Marshall Tower? The second piece of evidence is, have you forgotten that it opened and closed the Marshall Tower once just now in order to gain the confidence of the challengers that it could control the opening and closing of the Marshall Tower's door? If I'm not mistaken, it took advantage of that moment to sneak in quietly." Han Fei understood, her pretty eyes sparkling with starlight. "Then where do you think it is?" Su Yu glanced around at the challengers and said placidly, "It's in one of the 20,000 challengers. It must be proficient in some kind of mysterious, shape-shifting technique." Su Yu had already secretly observed it with his transparent eye, but he found nothing. This shape-shifting technique was quite brilliant. "Ha ha ha, kid, you're amazing. You've noticed that too." The black dog's surprised exclamation echoed from inside the martial tower. "Not bad, I'm back and I'm right among you. But what can you do to me? There are already 20 conflicts and enmities. I think they're about to erupt. How much longer can you suppress them?" The black dog laughed mockingly. "In the end, I won. Let everything end. End." The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. "I think this is the beginning of the show." The black dog was taken aback. "You still have a trump card? I don't believe you can resolve the conflicts between them a second time. There's only one way to resolve all conflicts, and that's to focus them on one point," Su Yu said with a placid smile. "And as the culprit of all this, aren't you the best medium to focus the conflicts? Once you're dead, they'll have no more hatred to speak of." The black dog sneered. "That depends on you being able to find me. I have to say, your probing eyes are really impressive, having the ability to see through souls. Unfortunately, this is the glittering jewel wonderland, and I can make use of the conditions here. You won't be able to find me with your eyes alone. You've indeed concealed yourself well, but you've overlooked a very important detail, and that detail is your fatal flaw." So you said placidly. The black dog's eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to intimidate me and make me reveal my flaw? If that's the case, you've miscalculated." Su Yu looked up at the sky and said placidly, "I don't care about intimidating you. Your flaw has appeared." All of a sudden, a formless wave seeped in from outside the martial tower. Everyone was inspired by it. The black dog was shocked. "The glittering jewel wonderland is open for 13 days. Is today the day of the disaster of books?" Chapter 10:26. However, the black dog was fearless and sneered. "What a joke! Didn't you understand the prerequisites for triggering the disaster of books beforehand?" Su Yu said calmly, "Of course I did. The disaster of books will only befall those who read the Book of Life." The black dog was startled and suddenly had a bad feeling. It was puzzled. "Are you saying that all 20,000 of them have been to the bookyard and read the Book of Life? That's impossible. At least half of them came from other regions and have never been to the bookyard." There was also a burst of confusion in the crowd. "Yes, Su Yuxian, I have never been to the bookyard, so it's impossible for me to trigger the disaster of books." "Yes, I have never been there either." In this way, most of us can't trigger the disaster of books and can't distinguish the mastermind behind the scenes. However, the corners of Su Yu's mouth curled into a smile that made the black dog's heart tremble. "You have indeed not been to the bookyard. But who says that you have not read the Book of Life without going to the bookyard? I have already shown it to each of you." Su Yu leisurely stretched out his palms, one to the left and the other to the right, both palms facing down. This was the movement he made when he separated those who were willing to fight and those who were not. Everyone followed this movement and came to the left side where they were not willing to fight. You put the contents of the Book of Life on your palms." The black dog was inexplicably shocked. Su Yu opened his palms and found a fingernail-sized piece of paper in his palms with 1 or 2 words on it. "This paper comes from the Book of Life. According to the rules of the bookyard, as long as you have read it, you will trigger the disaster of books. The rules don't specify how many pages you have read, so my understanding is that even if you only see a word or the paper inside, you will be considered to have read it. When I separated them just now, everyone chose their sides by looking at my palms. Even if you just glanced at my palms, you would see the paper in my palms, which is equivalent to reading the Book of Life," Su Yu explained. "Now, all of you, accept the arrival of the disaster of books, only the creatures of the fairy realm." Hearing this, Everyone was dumbfounded. They had actually read the book of life unknowingly. Even they themselves had not realized it. You've prepared for this? The black dog took a deep breath. It had been defeated. It had been utterly defeated. Suyu replied calmly, against an old demon like you, who can't die in 10,000 years. Of course, I have to hold back. The black dog said, what if I didn't leave a backup plan? Wouldn't you be letting them be trampled by the disaster of books for no reason? Suyu shrugged. If they want to trample on them, so be it. Anyway, if I don't tell them, these fools won't be able to figure out where the disaster of books came from. I have nothing to lose. Junior Sister Bing, don't stop me. Hey, Junior Sister Bing, why are you holding your sword? Kill him with one strike. Not good. Someone come and stop Junior Sister Bing. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. After 10,000 years, there's finally a worthy challenger. The black dog let out a long laugh, not without loneliness. If it weren't for the fact that all of you have to die, I really wouldn't want to kill you. 10,000 years, it's so lonely. I've been guarding a withered grave, and I don't even have someone to talk to. Tisk, you're quite interesting, you damned dog. If you're willing to forsake the darkness and join the light, I don't mind spending an extra piece of meat every day, Suyu said with a placid smile. The black dog burst into laughter. Don't you want to ask the other challengers about that? They hate me to the core. Aren't you afraid of being deserted? Yes, of course I'm afraid. That's why I have to ferret you out to give the deceased challengers an explanation. Suyu smiled coldly. It's about time. Formless waves erupted all of a sudden, and the disaster of books had arrived. The 20,000 bewildered challengers were engulfed by the disaster of books amidst their curses. Anyone who triggered the disaster of books would have the illusion of a pitch-black book above their heads, which was a sign of triggering the disaster of books. If there wasn't one, it would undoubtedly be that fairy realm creature. Ah, he doesn't have the disaster of books. Exclamations broke out from the crowd one after another. Suyu's eyes were like lightning. At the same time, without saying a word, he raised his hand and set up the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation to seal off the area. I can't let you get away this time. A cold gleam flashed in Han Fei's eyes. Stepping on 2 pitch-black suns, she flew over rapidly. The disaster of books was about to break out, but there was still some time before it actually happened. This period of time was enough to subdue the black dog. Then they could deal with the disaster of books with peace of mind. The one who was sealed by the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation was an unprepossessing young man in his 20s. He had a slightly tanned face and a medium build. He was the type that would never be recognized if he were still in the crowd. Coupled with the fact that there were more than 20,000 people present, the influences were complicated. To all the challengers, apart from their familiar companions, the others were all unfamiliar faces. Therefore, the black dog hid among them without anyone noticing. You've won. The young man opened his emerald eyes and flashed an approving smile. Han Fei's face was cold and detached. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and an incomparably huge great sun descended upon the young man's head. The black sun was enough to transport the young man into the demonic dimension, where he would be torn apart by the people of the demonic dimension. However, the young man's tone changed. However, this is just the beginning between us. Your name is Su Yuxian, isn't it? Haha, the game between us has just begun. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Suyu frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Could the black dog have more tricks up its sleeve? The reason you can subdue me is that there is still some time before the disaster of books breaks out, right? But what if you don't have the time? The young man smiled mysteriously. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. You are, he had a guess in his heart. That's right. I'm the story master of the Martial Tower, but I'm also the yard master. The yard master of the Martial Yard. The young man revealed his other shocking identity. Each of the 5 great yards had yard masters that ordinary people couldn't meet. However, the black dog was actually a yard master. As yard masters, everyone has a special ability, and my special ability is the most special. It's similar to that of the flower yard master, but it's superior. The young man smiled calmly. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The flower yard master had been placed in the 9-jade spiritual pearl by Su Yu. Her special ability was very simple. It was to control the arrival of the disaster of flowers in advance. The disaster of flowers, which was supposed to come after 7 days, was brought forward by her by a day, resulting in heavy casualties in the heavens' craftsman domain. So, as the martial yard master, what was her ability? My special ability is to control all disasters. The young man smiled with a hint of mockery. Enjoy it. I'm looking forward to your next performance. If you can survive. Ha ha ha. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, 3 invisible waves were transmitted rapidly throughout the entire fairyland. Among them, there were waves from the bookyard and waves from the martial tower. More importantly, even the waves from the beast yard were transmitted. Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the special ability of the black dog as the martial yard master to control all disasters. At the same time, the 3 waves filled everyone's hearts. Moreover, they broke out immediately without any pause. The disaster of books, which would only break out after a while, broke out immediately. All of a sudden, a virtual shadow appeared in front of Su Yu, staring at him coldly. It was the same for the rest of the people. A virtual shadow that only they could see appeared to confront them. Han Fei was no exception. The young man chuckled when his cultivation technique was interrupted and walked away. Before leaving the martial tower, he said mockingly, "Enjoy it!" Ha ha ha. Whoosh! The 8 entrances opened at the same time, never to be sealed again. That was because the seal had already lost all meaning to the trial takers who could leave. Instead, it had sealed them in and became a protective umbrella against disaster. Therefore, instead of sealing off the entrances, it was better to open them and let the disasters destroy them. The black dog was reluctant to do so, because there were 20,000 other challengers besides them, but it was forced into a corner by Su Yu and had no choice but to use this method. Huangze? Su Yu stared at the unfamiliar virtual shadow in front of him, his eyes turning. The virtual shadow nodded. I am the original book of life you read, Huangze. When he first entered the bookyard, Su Yu had unknowingly opened a book of life that Huangze had transformed into. It recorded his life in detail, including the hemorrhoids on his buttocks. Come on, destroy me, and you will escape the disaster of flowers. If you fail, you will replace me as the new book of life, Huangze said, pulling out a treasured knife. Su Yu rubbed his chin and did not attack immediately. Can I ask you 2 questions? Huangze thought for a moment and put away the treasure knife. Sure. As long as it's something I know when I was alive, I can answer it. But these are the only 2 questions. If you answer them, you must start the battle without further delay. First question. If I get the Book of Life but have not read it yet, what will happen? Su Yu touched the space ring. He had no time to read Mo Jidao's Book of Yang. Fortunately, Huangze knew this when he was alive. After you survive the disaster of flowers, the unread Book of Life will dissipate on its own. Even the copied version is no exception. Second question, for challengers like them who have only read a corner of your Book of Life, how powerful will the virtual shadow of the disaster of books be? Whether I am powerful or not has nothing to do with how much I have read about the disaster of books. Even if I have only read a single word, I will appear with my full strength. Whether I am strong or not has nothing to do with how much I've read about the book Calamity. Even if I've only read a single word, I would have appeared with my full strength. The only difference is that the less I see, the shorter my time of existence will be. Those who have read the entire book will always exist unless they destroy me. But those who have only read a single word, I will not exist for more than a breath's time. Maybe I won't even have the time to launch a move. Is that so? Su Yu nodded. If that's the case, let's fight. Huang Zai's gaze sharpened. The treasure knife in his hand turned into a shooting star and headed straight for Su Yu. Su Yu threw out a few round pearls slowly and enveloped him, binding him so that he could not move. Huang Zai had been an 8th grade almighty when he was alive. In the eyes of most people, he was extremely talented, but he was no match for Su Yu. The meteor light stream formation was enough to suppress him. Huang Zai sighed. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I've lost. Destroy me now. I'm sorry, take a nap first. Su Yu slapped his forehead and knocked him out. He then threw him into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Huang Zai was dumbfounded. Wait, why didn't he destroy me? I don't want to sleep, I don't like that. Quick, let me out. His beautiful cries reverberated in the 9 jade spiritual pearl for a long time. Su Yu clapped his hands, and the rest of the people woke up from the disaster of books, one after another. Most of them did not even have a clear look at Huang Zai's face. Huang Zai retreated on his own because the time was up. The crisis has been resolved, thanks to junior brother Su. A few young senior sisters blinked their beautiful eyes and surrounded Su Yu with smiles. After going through so many things, Su Yu's image in the eyes of the inner sanctum elites had been turned upside down, especially when he was fighting with Su Yuxian, who was a story master. His indescribable strength had completely crushed the pride of the inner sanctum elites and won their respect. After that, in the battle against the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes, he had come up with hundreds of clever tricks and ups and downs, which made people worship him. Even Han Fei, who was a starry sky elite, had helped him as a support. The main force was on Su Yu. Don't you have anything else to do? The disaster of martial arts is upon us. Hurry up and get ready. A clear, cold voice was heard. The senior sisters turned to look and walked away with unnatural looks on their faces. Humph, what's with the arrogance? Isn't it just because you're close to her and got the upper hand? Exactly. I heard that she was the one who unilaterally announced the engagement, and that's how she took possession of junior brother Su. Bah, how despicable. What's there to be afraid of? The engagement hasn't been approved by her elders. Junior brother Su is a tender, ripe old cabbage. We still have a chance to have a bite of him. Why is Bing Wuxin standing in the latrine without taking a shit? We, the inner sanctum elites, are not convinced. Of course, these words were transmitted through vital energy, and they dared not say it out loud. Your disaster of books isn't over yet? Bing Wuxin, relying on her status as Su Yu's fiancée, chased away the ill-intentioned senior sisters. Su Yu pointed at the black book that was still flickering above his head, indicating that the disaster of flowers was still ongoing. He said, It's almost over. Yes, thanks to you this time, I was able to avert the disaster. Although Bing Wuxin's face was indifferent, there were ripples in her eyes. Who didn't want their man to become more and more outstanding? Su Yu shook his head. It's far from time for us to rest easy. The fluctuations of the disaster of martial arts are getting stronger and stronger. Concentrate on getting ready immediately. Each disaster is stronger than the last, and the danger of the disaster of martial arts is no small matter. Sitting cross-legged with Bing Wuxin, Su Yu rested for a while. Then he sensed the arrival of the disaster of martial arts. All of a sudden, the world paused for a moment, and then it was as if nothing had happened. The fluctuations of the disaster of martial arts dissipated just like that. What happened? Where's the disaster of martial arts? Bing Wuxin, who was beside him, looked around blankly. She wasn't the only one. All the challengers who were preparing for the disaster of martial arts were shocked and discussing among themselves. According to the rules, when the fluctuations of the disaster disappear, the disaster will officially break out. Why is there no change in the surroundings? Yeah, could there be something special about the disaster? The legendary, extremely powerful disaster of martial arts had disappeared so mysteriously. It was puzzling. According to past records, The disaster of martial arts could destroy close to 40% of the challengers. Could it be that the disaster of martial arts ended before it started because of the previous incident? After some discussion, many challengers came up with a seemingly reasonable conclusion. Only a few of them became more vigilant instead of less. In order to destroy them, the Black Dog didn't hesitate to send out 3 consecutive disasters. How could the disaster of martial arts disappear just like that? They must have overlooked something. Suyu was lost in thought. All of a sudden, he realized something, and his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 10:27. Bing Wuxin looked at Suyu strangely. What did you notice? Why do you look so pale? Suyu nodded slightly and got up slowly. Yes, I think I know what the martial disaster is. As soon as he said that, the challengers nearby crowded around him, all wanting to know the meaning of this inexplicable martial disaster. Disaster is a calamity. The disaster of flowers uses flowers as a calamity, petrifying those who get hit. The disaster of books uses books as a calamity, and the losers become the book of life. The martial disaster has actually arrived, and it's right beside us, Suyu said calmly as he flicked his fingers in his sleeves. Bing Wuxin approached him. I still don't understand. What is the martial disaster? The martial disaster is... Suyu shook his sleeves abruptly, and his tone turned sharp. The martial disaster is all martial artists. Within a certain range, all martial artists are a calamity. The only way to resolve the martial disaster is to kill all the surrounding martial artists. Several silver pearls flew out from his sleeves and shrouded Bing Wuxin. Bing Wuxin was shocked. You're crazy. Get away from Suyu Xian. He's killing his fiancée just to resolve the martial disaster. Swish. Some people avoided Suyu while others attacked. He's the ultimate hidden danger. Don't be afraid, everyone. Kill him. Someone yelled. The others hesitated for a while, but finally joined in the siege. He's gone crazy, and he's the biggest obstacle to our unity. We can't let him live. I'm grateful for what he did before, but now he's killing anyone for his own benefit, sigh. Suyu looked around coldly. The martial disaster is extraordinary indeed, and the imitation is so vivid. If one's mind isn't strong enough, it'll be hard to survive the martial disaster. Long before the fluctuations of the martial disaster were fully activated, I had already fallen into the world created by the martial disaster. I believe that the momentary pause in time is actually a delay in entering 2 different worlds. It's like a stone falling from the air into water. At the moment of contact, due to the buoyancy of the water, the stone will experience a momentary buffer. However, the imitation world is too realistic, and I thought I was still in the outside world with my companions. In fact, I'm alone, and you're all illusions created by the martial disaster. Bing Wuxin was trembling with anger. Nonsense. Hearing him spout nonsense, the tens of thousands of trial takers were infuriated. Damn it, Suyu Xian is crazy. Everyone, there's no need to hold back. Let's attack together and destroy him. Nonsense. Suyu smiled without saying a word, and his 5 fingers suddenly pressed down. Even though Bing Wuxin had the bloodline of the heavenly sword, Suyu had struck first to gain the upper hand. She didn't even have time to use her technique before she was annihilated by the meteor light stream great formation and turned into dust. The shattered Bing Wuxin did not leave behind any blood, only a cloud of gray smoke. Disperse! With a wave of Suyu's hand, the 8 round pearls dispersed and shot in all directions. All of a sudden, the 8 challengers who were besieging him were killed. However, after they died, all of them turned into gray smoke. Even some of the wounded had gray smoke flowing out of their wounds instead of human blood. What was even stranger was that the martial pagoda, which had been filled with battle cries that shook the heavens, instantly became deathly silent. All of the challengers stopped in their tracks and stared at Suyu. Their eyes gradually turned into a cloud of drifting smoke, like will-o'-the-wisps. It was extremely eerie. Suyu was right. This wasn't the Martial Pagoda at all, but the world created by the Martial disaster. You've got guts. An erratic voice reverberated in the air. I am the will of the Martial disaster. Can you tell me how you're so sure that you're trapped in the Martial disaster? And why you're so decisive and ruthless, even killing your fiancé without hesitation? Suyu stood upright. It's simple. Because one person is missing from the 20,000 challengers. Han Fei. If this was the real world, it would be hard to understand why she would suddenly disappear. Her absence proves that I'm in a fake world. After a long silence, the will of the Martial disaster sighed softly. I see. As for why Han Fei didn't exist in the fake world, the will of the Martial disaster didn't say. However, so you already had some guesses. What happens if the challengers never realize that they're in the fake world of the Martial disaster? Suyu asked. The smoky Han Fei said they'll be trapped in the world of the Martial disaster until their physical bodies decay and die in the outside world. Upon hearing that, Suyu finally understood that the Martial disaster could destroy more than half of the people. This was the reason. It wasn't that the Martial disaster was powerful, but that it was too illusory. Most people were in the Martial disaster, but didn't realize it, thinking that they were still in the outside world. The deeper they were trapped in the world of the Martial disaster, the harder it was for them to think, and they would eventually sink into oblivion. Yes, I understand now. Suyu nodded and looked around at everyone coldly. To get rid of the world of the Martial disaster, the only way is to destroy everyone in this world. All martial artists are disasters. The will of the Martial disaster nodded indifferently. That's true. However, you can only save yourself, but not others. You can't escape the fate that the Martial Yardmaster has arranged for you. Upon hearing that, Suyu sneered. That dead dog? Even it can't do anything to me, let alone a Martial disaster left behind. It'll be a piece of cake for me to save them. Upon hearing that, the will of the Martial disaster fell silent for a long time, as if it was silently mocking Suyu. Don't pretend to be profound. The Martial disaster is indeed unimaginable, but its fatal loophole shouldn't be underestimated. Suyu sneered. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why Han Fei's world isn't in this fake world is because she left the fake world through the Black Sun the moment she was trapped in the world of the Martial disaster. She's in the real world. So of course she wouldn't exist in the fake world. I can also use her as a reference. As long as I leave the fake world, everyone else's fake worlds and my existence will suddenly disappear into thin air. By then, anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence will begin to question the authenticity of the world they're in. Once they do, they won't be far from realizing that the world they're in is fake. Don't forget, they're the top elites of the Juzhou continent, and there's no shortage of smart people like them. The will of the Martial disaster fell silent again. After a long while, it sighed softly. The younger generation will surpass the older. Each generation will surpass the previous one. However, you've obviously overlooked one thing. Realizing that you're in the fake world is only a precondition. To leave, you'll have to destroy all the illusions here. The abilities of the illusions are comparable to the real body. Are you sure you can defeat everyone else? Can the rest of the people who realize it also defeat everyone else? Suyu replied placidly, Of course I have no problem with that. As for the rest of the people, they won't have any problem either. If I leave, the next person who realizes the fake world will have one less formidable opponent like me in his fake world. And the next person will have two less formidable opponents. So on and so forth. The strong ones will leave first, and in the end, there will only be a few weaklings left. Wouldn't it be easy for them to leave? Upon hearing that, the will of the Martial disaster was disappointed. You've discovered it after all. I don't know if it's a blessing or a misfortune that an anomaly like you has appeared in this Martial disaster. It should be a blessing. Someone should have appeared to stop that thing from happening. When it finished, The will of the martial disaster dispersed as if it had never appeared. "Stop that thing?" Su Yu couldn't help but frown as he sighed inexplicably. The waters of the glittering jewel wonderland are extraordinarily deep, but that's what makes it interesting. Su Yu's interest was piqued. What exactly was the legacy of the mortal fairy that had been praised by the people of the Jojo continent for 10,000 years? Was there anything in the world more exciting than uncovering the secret? Glancing at the illusions of the 20,000 challengers present, Su Yu's eyes shone with excitement. Although the will of the martial disaster didn't state it explicitly, he had sensed some hidden rules when he killed Bing Wuxin's illusions. Although the illusions were powerful, they wouldn't initiate an attack. Otherwise, they would have attacked when Su Yu had just entered the world of nothingness and was unguarded against them. As expected, Su Yu sat with his legs crossed. The 20,000 illusions didn't budge an inch. They only fixed their gray eyes on Su Yu, showing no intention of swarming him. Dongfang Tianfeng by Ling Tian, Bing Wuxin, the strongest of each region. Su Yu glanced at them one by one. Those who could truly threaten him were the few top-notch strong men. As for the rest, they were no match for Su Yu in a one-on-one fight. Su Yu had some confidence in Bing Wuxin. Even if she activated the heavenly sword bloodline, Su Yu had a way to deal with her. Dongfang Tianfeng and Bai Ling Tian had too little information, so he couldn't predict the depth of their capabilities. There's only one chance to leave the world of the martial disaster. Being prepared is the best strategy. Su Yu retrieved the floating life door and started training on the spot with the help of the demonic energy within, using a few life-saving artifacts to destroy Dongfang Tianfeng and Bai Ling Tian. He might have a chance of winning. However, it would be a waste to use it on them. It was something worth using only in a life-threatening situation. Holding the floating life door in his left hand, Su Yu retrieved 3 drops of orange liquid with his right hand. They were fragrant, and a light whiff of the fragrance made him feel refreshed and relaxed. The honey of 100 flowers can increase one's perception tenfold. Haha, I can't help but look forward to it. Su Yu swallowed a drop, and the mysterious energy melted into his soul. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt like he was walking on cloud 9. He was more than 10 times more sensitive to the profound mysteries of the world. His perception had been gradually improved to a human's level under the nourishment of the red liquid drops of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Now that it had been enhanced tenfold, it had soared to an inhuman state. This feeling was not much different from that of Xia Jingyu, the mysterious divine lady. Su Yu was indescribably excited by this unprecedented feeling of ease. I finally understand why Dongfang Tianfeng wanted the flower yard master. With my above-average perception, I can surpass all top-notch people of perception and reach the level of the divine lady by swallowing a drop. How could a starry sky genius like her reach a higher level? There's no obstacle in the world that can stop her. With the help of the honey of 100 flowers, Su Yu's thoughts were clear, and he was able to consider all the causes and effects of the world. As a result, Su Yu had a new understanding when he pondered about the glittering jewel wonderland. Could this be the glittering jewel wonderland? The clues he had were limited, but Su Yu now had a superhuman brain, and he could analyze 2 possibilities. The more that's the case, the more interesting the glittering jewel wonderland is. Su Yu speculated about the nature of several kinds of wonderlands, and his interest grew. Chapter 10:28 1. A broken blue stone slab was floating in front of Su Yu's chest. It was the stone slab that contained the heaven sun gazing at air technique. Previously, he had meditated for a long time without any progress. Now, with the help of an unprecedented state of thinking, how could he miss it? Not only that, but Su Yu also took out the solar divine palm technique. The 9 dragons, devil subduing art, the heaven sun gazing at air technique, and the divine sun palm. Su Yu planned to cultivate 3 cultivation techniques at the same time. It was not that Suyu was eager for quick success, but this was a rare opportunity that he could not miss. Suyu got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind and operated the power of time. The space-time around him accelerated by 500 times as he entered a meditative state. First, it was the 9 dragons' devil-subduing art. The difficulty of this art was not in comprehending it, but in containing and instilling the demonic chi. Now that he had enough demonic chi, cultivating it would be a piece of cake. After that was the sun god palm. The main point of this palm technique was to comprehend it. Previously, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it, and many parts of it were extremely obscure. However, now that he was comprehending it, it was a piece of cake. Finally, there was the heaven's sun gazing at air art. The third level, the illusionary soul realm, was equivalent to a celestial level cultivation technique. The difficulty of comprehending it was far above that of the sun god palm. However, Yunyazi had passed on this level of comprehension to Suyu as a reference. Now, with 10 times the power of perception, the difficulty was greatly reduced. Before long, Suyu's body was covered with many strange phenomena. First, there were indistinct demonic dragons flickering around his body. Following that, a hazy object seemed to be faintly discernible at the top of his skull. Finally, a dazzling white light flickered incessantly in Suyu's palms. 3 different colors of light were constantly flickering around Suyu, alternating with one another. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, 6 hours passed. Suddenly, the 3 types of light shone brightly. All of a sudden, a giant black circle that was 1,000 feet wide appeared on the ground beneath Suyu's feet. Demonic chi surged within the circle, and with a deafening roar of thunder that pierced through the clouds, a giant demonic dragon that was hundreds of feet thick flew out from the demonic world and descended into the space. Compared to Suyu's previous demonic dragon, this demonic dragon was unbelievably huge. It was at least 8 times as thick as the previous one. What was even more shocking was that the demonic dragon's head actually had 8 heads. 8-headed demon dragon. This was the 8th stage of the 9 dragons' devil-subduing art. The person who created this technique was a devil Buddha who entered Buddhism from the demonic path. He used the demonic path to enter Taoism and left behind this divine technique. The conditions to cultivate this technique were harsh. Only those with dragon blood could condense the demonic dragon. Suyu possessed the real dragon spirit veins, which was why he had the opportunity to cultivate. However, according to the cultivation technique recorded by the demonic monk, one could defeat a late-stage divine master by condensing 8 demonic dragons. However, at this moment, Suyu could not help but be stunned when he felt the enormous pressure of the 1,000-feet-long demonic dragon. The feeling that this demonic dragon gave him was no less than a stage 1 all creations old monster. In fact, he was even faintly surpassing them. Moreover, there was no record of the strange phenomenon of the 8-headed demonic dragon appearing when one cultivated it to the 8th layer. Could it be that there's something wrong with my training method or my constitution? Suyu murmured in confusion. Right at this moment, a strand of hair fell from the top of his head, landing on the ground and transforming into a person. It was Yunyazi. It has indeed deviated from the original path of the technique, but it has nothing to do with the cultivation method and physique, Yunyazi said with a smile. When did Master wake up? Suyu asked in surprise. Yunyazi had been in isolation to forge the void-traversing flying wooden bird for Suyu, so he wouldn't be able to show up for 3 days. It's been a few days. The flying wooden bird has been forged and placed in your storage ring. Suyu had no time to wonder when Yunyazi had hidden the wooden bird from him and placed it in his storage ring. He was more curious about something else. Master, have you seen everything that has happened these past few days? Yunyazi nodded. I've seen it, and I've also taken a stroll around the glittering jewel wonderland. As he spoke, Yunyazi's eyes darkened, revealing a complicated look. As expected, things have happened after all. Suyu was confused, but he knew Yun Yazi very well. If he wanted to tell him, he wouldn't keep him in suspense. Besides, Suyu hoped that he could uncover the truth on his own. Let's not talk about this. Master, do you think there will be any adverse effects from the deviation of my cultivation technique? Yun Yazi suppressed his thoughts and shook his head. How could there be any adverse effects when you improve the power of a cultivation technique to a higher level? If there must be an adverse effect, it would probably be when you condense the last demonic dragon. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely remembered that the demonic monk who had created this cultivation technique had attracted a heavenly tribulation when he cultivated to the 9th dragon. He had been blasted into ashes on the spot, which had benefited Suyu. If Suyu had improved the cultivation technique to a more powerful state, wouldn't he have attracted a heavenly tribulation when he condensed the 9th dragon? The mutation of your cultivation technique must have something to do with the training materials. Yun Yazi pointed at the jade box of the floating life door in Suyu's arms. This is the true demonic energy of the demon race. In the Jojo continent, it should be called the real demonic energy. It is purer than any known demonic energy on the continent. It's not surprising that it possesses such power. Looking at Suyu, Yun Yazi said, besides, the original power of this cultivation technique should be far more than this. It's limited by your physique, which limits it greatly. If that evil god can really improve your first dragon's body into the 9 dragons' body, the true power of this cultivation technique will be fully unleashed. Hearing that, Suyu was amazed. Yun Yazi seemed to be particularly concerned about this demonic technique. Was this really an ordinary demonic technique? If this cultivation technique is put to good use, one day you will reap great rewards, Yun Yazi said meaningfully. Now, let me see your progress in the heaven's sun gazing at air technique. Yun Yazi lifted a finger and pointed between Suyu's brows. All of a sudden, Suyu's soul left his body. Surprisingly, when his soul left his body, Suyu did not feel the coldness of the past at all. Instead, it felt almost the same as his physical body. What was even more peculiar was that there was an additional cloak on his soul. The cloak of royalty has appeared for the first time. Not bad, it's a sign of training to the illusionary soul realm. Yun Yazi's eyes shone with excitement. The effect of the honey of 100 flowers is really amazing. The cloak of royalty? Suyu fiddled with the cloak on his soul curiously. The cloak of royalty is an additional reward given when the heaven's sun gazing at air technique reaches the illusionary soul realm. Its effect is defense. This is the cultivation technique's recognition of your training qualifications. Could a cultivation technique choose its owner? This was the first time Suyu had heard of it. However, he was more concerned about something else. The cloak can only be used as a soul defense, right? How high is the specific defense? Of course, it will be high enough for you to be satisfied. In order to prevent the cultivator of this technique from being deprived of his physical body and forcibly occupying it, the cloak of royalty will protect you from all soul attacks below the mortal fairy level. Upon hearing that, Suyu took a breath of cool air. All soul attacks below the mortal fairy level? Wouldn't the soul attack of a stage 6, all creations, old monster be helpless? If his physical body was shattered, his soul would be safe and sound. Looking at the whole world, apart from the 9 great prefectures kings, the severed fairy cliff master, and the unknown mysterious mortal fairy, no one could really kill Suyu. At this moment, Suyu finally realized the benefits of the heaven's sun gazing at air technique. Try the effect of the lower class illusionary soul realm again, Yun Yazi said. Suyu nodded. The cloak of royalty was an additional defense, but Suyu had not tried the effect of the illusionary soul realm. According to the records on the green stone slab, the illusionary soul realm was divided into 3 levels: lower class, upper class, and top class. The 3 levels would stimulate different powers. Now that he had cultivated the lower class, Suyu was looking forward to seeing how powerful it would be. As his soul returned to his body, Suyu's heart stirred, and he summoned Shangge. After thinking for a moment, Suyu's eyes flashed. Shangge, who was facing this pair of eyes, suddenly changed her expression and retreated quickly. She looked surprised and doubtful. Gu Taishu. In Shangji's eyes, Suyu had transformed into a handsome and tall young man. She knew this person. He was her master's sworn enemy. Surprised and doubtful, Shanggu tried to probe him, but at a glance, she couldn't tell whether he was real or not. What a realistic illusion! Suyu nodded with satisfaction. After thinking for a moment, his eyes flashed again. The world in Shangji's eyes changed abruptly. She had actually returned to the demonic abyss of the 9 underworlds of the Jinlong continent. The sense of realism made her unable to detect the existence of the illusion at all. The dim light in her eyes dissipated, and the illusion around Shanggu also dissipated. Master, what level of enemy can this illusion deceive? Suyu asked. After trying it out, as long as they looked at each other, he could instantly activate the illusion to change himself or the enemy's surroundings. Yun Yazi said, "Your current soul realm is 6th grade, Almighty. So, in theory, the souls of Stage 3 all creations, old monsters, can't get rid of your illusion. However, this is only in theory. Usually, when one has cultivated to the level of all creations, old monsters, he has countless treasures on him. Treasures with illusion defense are very common. In practice, very few Stage 3 all creations, old monsters will fall for it." So that was the case. However, Suyu was very satisfied. In the Martial Tower, he had seen the magical effects of the illusion. Suyu was looking forward to it. Stepping into the illusionary soul realm, the power of Suyu's heaven's sun gazing at air had increased tremendously. Finally, it was the 2nd volume of the Heaven Extinguishing Divine Palm, the Sun Palm. This palm technique had improved greatly as well. It had directly entered the top class. In terms of power, it was slightly inferior to the 8th stage of the 9 dragons' devil subduing art. Master, does Suyu have any advice on the Heaven Extinguishing Divine Palm technique? Suyu had been very puzzled. This technique was known as a fairy-level technique, but its power was far from comparable. Yun Yazi took the secret scroll, flipped through it, and tossed it back to Suyu. A simplified fairy-level technique with its essence lost. It's tasteless and a pity to discard. It's not even as good as a complete top-grade legendary technique. As a transitional technique, you've reached the end of your mission. You don't have to waste any more time on it. Streamlined? Suyu was stunned. The technique that had been cultivated for so long was actually a castrated one. It made sense. This technique was cultivated by the guards under the command of the Central Prefecture's king. There were many practitioners, so it was inevitable that it would be leaked. Cutting out the essence was a good protective measure to prevent it from being leaked. However, Suyu felt it was a pity to just throw it away. It was a simplified version of his fairy-level technique, after all. Moreover, it was quite famous. If he used it to fool people, he could still get a lot of benefits. Putting away the technique, Suyu exhaled a mouthful of murky air. He stood up and looked at the 20,000 virtual shadows of the challengers with a smile. If he had faced the virtual shadows of Dongfang Tianfeng and Bai Lingtian just now, he would definitely win now. Although the will of the martial disaster emphasized that the virtual shadows had the same capabilities as the real body, however, the capabilities of the virtual shadows should be limited to their cultivation and various magical treasures and talismans. It was impossible for them to replicate their reactions and experience in battle. In that case, his chances of winning would be greatly increased. Looking at the crowd of virtual shadows, Suyu was not worried. Instead, he was delighted. Chapter 1029. Poof! Half a day later, with a dull thud, a bloody hole appeared on Dongfang Tianfeng's forehead. With a strange, confused look in her eyes, she turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Only Suyu and an adorable little girl were left in the huge martial tower. Sir, your strength is unparalleled, overwhelming the world. 20,000 challengers couldn't stop you alone. Shinga looked delighted. When did you learn to flatter? Suyu clapped his hands and picked up the silver pearls scattered on the ground, as well as the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword. Dongfang Tianfeng was the last one. After killing her, all the challengers were destroyed. The process wasn't as easy as Shinga had described, although the virtual shadows' combat experience and reaction time were almost zero. Some of them still posed a challenge to Suyu. For example, Bing Wuxin's undying sword body was extraordinary, and Suyu had to deal with her with all his might. Next was Bai Lingtian. This person was rather odd. When they fought, his techniques and treasures were sloppy and ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, he had learned a lot of things, and he was proficient in at least 100 martial techniques. When fighting him, Suyu felt like he was being targeted, and the time spent fighting him was extremely long. I wonder where Bai Lingtian got his martial techniques from. Suyu couldn't help but be surprised. He thought that with the power of time, it would be far easier for him to cultivate martial techniques than others. However, the fact that he had more than 100 techniques with him, and all of them were legendary techniques, was astounding. Suyu only knew one person who had 100 techniques, and that was Xia Jingyu. However, Xia Jingyu was from the mysterious divine lady tribe, and her innate comprehension was superior to that of humans. What was going on with Bai Lingtian? This Bai Lingtian is very mysterious. Besides, judging from the fight between the virtual shadows, he obviously has a trump card that he hasn't shown yet. After a round of fighting, Suyu put Bai Lingtian on the list of people he had to be wary of. Finally, there was Dongfang Tianfeng, a rather mysterious woman. At first, Suyu didn't know what the name Dongfang Tianfeng meant. However, after interacting with the challengers from the foreign regions, how could he not know where the Dongfang family name came from? The great Oriental family, the world's only family, the most ancient family of the continent, a mysterious family with a longer history than the current continent. No one knew how long the great Oriental family had existed or how many years they had experienced. The only thing he knew was that the great Oriental family had mortal fairies and supreme venerables in the past generations, and there were even 2 supreme venerables in the current generation, which had shaken the entire continent. The eastern continent had completely fallen into the hands of the Dongfang family. How could Suyu not know such a colossal being? When fighting Dongfang Tianfeng, Suyu was fully prepared. But the result was unexpected. With the help of illusions, Shang-Ji's sneak attack, and the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword, he easily won. Compared to what he had imagined, Dongfang Tianfeng was much weaker. In fact, she was far weaker than Bing Wuxin. This woman is unusually low-key, Suyu mused, from the way the virtual shadow imitated. Only theurgy and treasures that had been used before would be imitated by the world of the martial disaster. With the trials of the 100-story martial pagoda, it was believed that the vast majority of martial artists would bring out their trump cards. Dongfang Tianfeng was the only one who did not display many powerful techniques, so the virtual image she imitated was exceptionally weak. The girl next door. You're quite a schemer. Suyu chuckled. Looking around, Suyu said placidly, all the virtual shadows have been destroyed, and the martial disaster is over. It's time to leave the illusory world. There's an even more troublesome disaster of beasts waiting outside. The outside world. All the challengers maintained their last posture before the arrival of the martial disaster, motionless. Some held their swords, some whispered into each other's ears, some smiled confidently, and some were drenched in nervous sweat. It was as if time had frozen on the entire scene. Only one person stood out from the rest. Glancing back at the challengers behind her, Han Fei's expression flickered with determination. In front of her, 8 pitch-black blazing suns sealed off the 8 doors. Outside the doors, strange and horrifying roars could be heard, and the demonic energy was shocking. Among them, there was no lack of the aura of all creation's demonic beasts. Intuitively, Han Fei could even sense an unusually dangerous demonic energy hidden among the demonic beasts. The demonic energy had secretly locked onto her. This was the disaster of beasts. Half a day after the martial disaster arrived, the disaster of beasts arrived just as scheduled, with a gap of only 2 hours. The beast yard opened wide, and the demonic beasts that had been living and breeding there since ancient times swept across the fairyland. A large group of demonic beasts sensed the challengers in the martial pagoda and headed straight for the place, like a great army bearing down on the border. Led by 2 stage 1 all creation's demonic beasts, 1,000 almighty and 100,000 fairy demonic beasts. Such a large group of demonic beasts attacked in the form of a tidal wave. The magnificent scene was comparable to the black beast tide that occurred once every century on the continent. This beast tide could not be stopped by any human. Han Fei sensed the arrival of the martial disaster. A beast tide that only happens once in 100 years on the continent isn't a great disaster? If it were in the northernmost region, a beast tide of this scale would require at least 10 all creation's old monsters to resist. To resolve it, the faction leader would need to use the mortal fairy's strength. Su Yu shook his head. I'll repeat myself. A beast tide isn't equal to a beast disaster. If you really think you can overcome the beast disaster by resisting this beast tide, you'll end up miserable. Han Fei pondered. Why do you say that? Miss Han, haven't you noticed the commonality of the so-called disasters? Su Yu squinted as he stared at the herd of beasts. Han Fei's intelligence was unparalleled after all, and she understood immediately. Her beautiful brows creased slightly. Are you saying that the disasters will trap us in the fairyland? That's right. The disaster of flowers turned those who failed into stone statues. The disaster of books turned those who failed into books of life. And the disaster of martial arts turned those who failed into virtual shadows. All in all, the commonality of all disasters is that they materialize those who failed. Han Fei's eyes shone brightly. But the beast tide simply kills us, not materializes us. That's right. That's the nature of the so-called disasters, Su Yu said with a nod. So, the real disaster isn't a beast tide. So, the specific disasters are still unknown. Su Yu nodded. Su Yu's expression turned grave. Yes, it's precisely because it's unknown that it's scary. The other disasters were simple and straightforward, but the beast tide was the only one that people couldn't guard against. Ah, Sister Fei or Mr. Su, what are you talking about? I want to hear it too. All of a sudden, Dongfang Tianfeng's voice rang out from behind them. Her innocent face, which looked both angry and happy, approached them curiously. So fast! Su Yu stared at her meaningfully. You're quite fast, Han Fei said indifferently as she sized her up. Dongfang Tianfeng chuckled. How can I be faster than Sister Fei and Mr. Su? When I came to my senses, Sister Fei wasn't in the illusionary realm of the martial arts disaster at all. As for Mr. Su, TSK, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. If you hadn't left the illusionary realm first, causing your virtual shadow to disappear right away, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get out of it for the rest of my life. You're too powerful. I believe the other experts from the other regions are also stumped by you. Her words came from the bottom of her heart. In fact, she and Su Yu had realized the solution to the martial arts disaster almost at the same time. However, she had fought until the very end and was stuck at Su Yu's hurdle, unable to destroy his virtual shadow. It was only when Su Yu left that she managed to break free. Swoosh! At that moment, another person woke up. It was Bai Lingtian. Bing Wuxin, who was not far behind, was followed by several top experts from the other regions. As more and more people left the illusionary realm, those who were still trapped in it, no matter how stupid they were, should have realized that they weren't in the real world, but the illusionary realm. After most of the experts emerged, their gazes at Suyu changed. Judging from the way many of them fought with the virtual shadow, if the top expert of the region was considered a difficult level of difficulty, then Bing Wuxin's was a hero level of difficulty, and by Ling Tian's was a king level of difficulty. They were extremely difficult to deal with. However, only those who had fought with Su Yu's virtual shadow understood. Su Yu's was AF * king hell level of difficulty. He started with the Meteor Light Stream Great Formation, used the 9 dragons demons subduing art, and with a backhand strike of sword energy that could destroy everything, he had beaten them to a pulp. Even by Ling Tian and Bing Wuxin, who were familiar with Su Yu, felt troubled. The scene was so familiar with the 100-story challenge of the Martial Tower that they almost broke out in curses. Fortunately, Su Yu exited the illusionary realm very quickly. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. There were no more obstacles, and they left the illusionary realm one after another. Looking at the challengers who had woken up in a spurt, then glancing at their complicated gazes at Su Yu, Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. How many people did this guy block alone? However, with so many experts awakening at the same time, the pressure on Han Fei lessened abruptly. Since we've woken up first, we mustn't allow that damn dog's treacherous scheme to succeed. Su Yu stood at the entrance and turned to face the crowd. Han Fei nodded her snow-white chin lightly in agreement. Yes, that dog is too cunning. We must work together. The 2 women took the lead to chime in, making the situation very delicate. Su, you seem to have become the leader of the crowd. There were many who were unconvinced. TSK, does a character from the barbarian region really think of himself as a leader? Be it Han Fei or Dongfang Tianfeng, neither of them are willing to be inferior to others. Now, they are vaguely taking him as their leader. Hee, what a brilliant strategy. It's hard not to admire him. Yeah, who does he think he is? At most, he's just a strategist who's better than the Starry Sky elites. Does he really think he's so important? Actually, I think his strength is passable, but not particularly impressive. Many challengers haven't shown their full strength, which is why Su Yuxian was so powerful in the 100-story challenge and the virtual shadow in the martial disaster. If we reveal all our trump cards, what can he do? Everyone present was a renowned genius, so how could they be willing to be inferior to someone else? Especially this person, who had used the Heart's Oath Scroll to restrain them and disrupt their plan to harvest the weak and improve their chances of sublimation. They didn't deliberately suppress their discussions. Su Yu heard them very clearly. Su Yu dismissed the rumors with a smile and said seriously, "The disaster of beasts is right before our eyes. With all of our strength, it won't be difficult to resist it. The difficult part is that we need to take turns guarding the entrance before everyone awakens." There were 20,000 of them, and most of them were almighty strong men. Although their numbers were far less than the tide of beasts, their quality was far superior. With 20,000 people working together, a mere tide of beasts could be easily dispersed. The problem was that less than 20 of them had woken up. Obviously, they couldn't contend with the massive tide of beasts. They had to buy enough time for the challengers who had yet to awaken. If everyone works together, the tide of beasts will be easily resisted. As soon as he finished speaking, a challenger who looked like a wandering martial artist spoke up bluntly. "Excuse me, what obligation do I have to guard the entrance? I'm alone and have no friends or family, so there's no need for me to take the risk of defending them." Several other challengers who looked like wandering martial artists expressed their opinions, one after another. "That's right, we've never met before. It's against our principles to sacrifice ourselves for no reason. Besides, Su Yuxian, why should we listen to your orders? This isn't the special moment when everyone is trapped in the martial tower. With the means that we have mastered, it's easy to stay away from the beasts. Why should we listen to your orders? Could it be that you're threatening us with the Heart's Oath Scroll again?" The last sentence was what they were really thinking. Why should Su Yu give them orders? If that person was Han Fei or Dongfeng Tianfeng, they could accept it. Both of them had status, identity, and prestige. But Su Yu's status was even lower than theirs. If they were to compare their trump cards, he might not be stronger than them. Shirking responsibility was a lie, and denying Su Yu was the truth. The disaster of beasts hadn't even begun, but internal strife had already begun? That didn't look good. As he stared at the few wandering martial artists who were speaking, Su Yu noticed an interesting phenomenon. The distribution of their cultivation levels seemed a little unusual. There were strong ones, and the strongest one was comparable to the number one expert in the region. The weakest one was only a third-grade almighty, neither too high nor too low. There were several fifth-grade and sixth-grade almighty. There didn't seem to be a problem, but upon careful consideration, one could catch a glimpse of something fishy. Chapter 1030. When he finished, he pulled out the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, sword backhandedly, and killed a man who had been speaking fiercely. As blood splattered, the entire place fell silent. No one had expected Su Yu to strike so suddenly and so mercilessly, killing without hesitation. Looking at the corpse that had fallen in shock and indignation, the expressions of the other wandering martial artists changed drastically. Su Yuxian, how dare you attack your own people? The most powerful among the wandering martial artists, the bearded burly man, who was comparable to the number one expert in the region, was both shocked and enraged. Su Yu held the blood-stained silver sword, his face indifferent. So what if I killed them? Those who harbor evil intentions and rashly provoke the hearts of others will be killed without mercy. His rude and ruthless attitude had aroused dissatisfaction. The challengers who were not wandering martial artists found it hard to watch. Su Yuxian, do you really think of us as slaves to be killed at will? Qian Feng pointed at the pool of blood on the ground, extremely displeased. Many challengers looked equally displeased. Did he think he had the power to decide their life and death just because he had the Heart's Oath scroll? Su Yu glanced at him indifferently. He didn't even need to explain. Don't be so full of yourself. If we were to fight, I might not be afraid of you. Qian Feng took a step forward, a confident look on his face. As the second expert of the Heavenly Knife region, Qian Feng had his own trump card and was confident that he wouldn't lose to Su Yu. Stop it. Bai Lingtian waved his sleeves and said indifferently, You're no match for him, and you've misunderstood his arrogance. With a gentle wave of his sleeves, the challenger who had been killed by Su Yu on the ground turned into a cloud of black smoke. The scent of Su Yu and the black dog was very similar. Illusion. Qian Feng was speechless, stunned on the spot. Brother Su, you're very perceptive. I'm impressed. Bai Lingtian smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. He then glanced at the few clamoring, wandering martial artists, his eyes gradually narrowing. In the world of the martial disaster, how could a third-grade almighty come out before a sixth-grade almighty? Unless this third-grade almighty had defeated a large number of eighth-grade and even ninth-grade almighty one by one. The uneven cultivation of this group of wandering martial artists spoke volumes in itself. The weak ones among them were either shockingly powerful or, like Su Yu, had defeated 20,000 challengers consecutively without a single defeat. But is one possible? How many possible? The only explanation was that they did not come out from the illusionary realm of the martial disaster at all. Instead, they had followed the crowd and pretended to be awake, blending into the crowd and spreading rumors to mislead the crowd. Now that the beast tide was imminent, a single rumor could easily cause internal strife. Puff! A cold glint flashed across Bai Lingtian's eyes, and he attacked in an instant. The few itinerant cultivators who spoke just now were killed at the same time. Of the 6, 4 had turned into black, demonic chi, but the corpses of the other 2 were lying on the ground, filled with unwillingness and regret. I killed the wrong person. Su Yu lifted his eyes and stared at Bai Lingtian. Bai Lingtian looked gentle, but he was truly cruel and merciless. It was true that there were illusory spells left behind by the black dog among the rogue cultivators, but there was also the possibility of people being bewitched and following the shouts. Bai Lingtian killed all of them without a second thought. He was indeed a cruel person. A blind follower is more hateful than a bewitcher. Bai Lingtian retracted the cold glint in his eyes and flashed a kind smile. A bewitcher is just a spark, but what really burns and destroys are the ignorant, blind followers. What's the pity in killing such people? With a placid smile, Bai Lingtian looked at the beast tide outside the tower and said placidly, "The beast tide is imminent. Let's follow Brother Su's suggestion and hold off the beast tide until everyone awakens." "All right, I'll go first," Dongfang Tianfeng volunteered. She raised her hand and grabbed, and the two corpses flew towards her. At the same time, she retrieved a small crystal-like bottle from her sleeves. There were many crystal-colored seeds in it. She sprinkled some of the seeds into the wounds of both of them, and large pieces of crystals grew from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, both of them turned into crystals. Thump, thump. Dongfang Tianfeng knocked on the crystals, and a hard sound was heard. She placed the two corpses in front of the two entrances and clapped her hands. "All right, they're very hard. Unless the All Creation's demonic beasts outside attack, they won't be able to rush in." The grass of crystallization. The faces of many challengers changed. The grass of crystallization, which was only passed down in the great Oriental family, was famous all over the world. Even the long-established All Creation's old monsters were terror-stricken at the mere mention of it. Once it entered the body and came into contact with blood, it would multiply with an explosive force, turning the living creatures into crystals from the inside out. Even the old monsters who had just entered the All Creations could not withstand the explosion of the seeds, and eventually died of crystallization. The tragedy was so tragic that it struck fear into the hearts of everyone on the continent. Han Fei was unfazed. She retracted the two black suns and looked at the crowd. "There's still the six-fan school. Who's going to take over?" Su Yu, Bai Lingtian, and the few top experts of the region each took over the six-fan school. Bai Lingtian displayed his amazing martial arts knowledge once again. He performed 18 sealing techniques in a row, sealing a door in one go. The beast tide outside was surging, but it could do nothing about the layers of seals. Su Yu pondered for a moment upon witnessing the scene. He was even more curious about Bai Lingtian. As for Su Yu, it was quite simple. The underworld pearl sealed one entrance, and no matter how much the beast tide outside surged, it did not budge an inch. The remaining 4 doors were sealed by the top experts of the region with their magical powers. With them taking action, the challengers who had yet to awaken behind them finally had some time to prepare. A day later, more than 2,000 people woke up. They were the strongest 10% of the strong. With their presence, resisting the beast tide was a piece of cake. 2 days later, more than 4,000 people woke up. 3 days later, 7 days later, the day when the martial disaster was completely over, more than a dozen challengers were unable to extricate themselves from the illusionary realm. Their bodies continued to wither and weaken, and their auras were completely extinguished. There's no hope left for them. The battle in the illusionary realm consumes one's soul. The longer one stays in there, the weaker one's soul becomes. Not being able to extricate themselves after 7 days means that they've been completely trapped in the illusionary realm. Bing Wuxin still had lingering fears. Su Yu looked at them with pity. They were geniuses after all, and it was a pity that they had perished here. "We've done all we can. It's time to kill our way out and teach these insolent, demonic beasts a lesson. Haha, the demonic energy has been suffocating me for 6 to 7 days. It's time to wash away the smell with blood." Among the 20,000 challengers, the majority were almighty strong men. The beast tide outside of the tower was nothing. Many challengers were rubbing their fists and palms, eager to give it a try. Hee, It said that if one survives the martial disaster, he or she will receive sublimations. Could my sublimations be in the beast tide? Of course. The faction leader told me that when he survived the martial disaster, he encountered a forest demon. After he killed it, a peerless secret manual fell from its teeth, and that's how he got his current position. I've heard it too. One of the faction elders said that when he was walking on the road after the martial disaster, a demonic beast came to him with an ancient skeleton on its back. The skeleton contained the legacy of that senior. The crowd chimed in one after another, and the atmosphere was heated and excited. It was as if they would soon receive sublimations. Although the glittering jewel wonderland was full of danger, sublimations were real and couldn't be faked. Although Suyu sensed that something was amiss, he couldn't stop them. The 20,000 challengers had awakened. They would no longer listen to Suyu's orders, and he couldn't stop them. As expected, the few challengers guarding the entrance licked their lips, opened the seal, and rushed out first. In an instant, shrill cries filled the air, and a large number of demonic beasts died tragically. The massive beast tide was like a wheat field, harvested to their heart's content by the challengers surging out of the tide. Only Suyu and the others, who had been secretly guarding against the black dog, didn't take any action but observed in secret. Scanning the beast tide, Suyu couldn't help but be startled when his eyes fell on a dead demonic beast. Under Bing Wuxin's astonished gaze, he flew out of the martial tower and came to the side of the demonic beast. He squatted down and examined it for a while, his face extremely grave. Shortly after, Suyu continued to examine the other corpses, and his face became even more grave. "Stop it, all of you." Suyu seemed to have sensed an alarming urgency. He soared into the sky abruptly, activated his vital energy, and bellowed. Many challengers stopped, but there were also many who were getting carried away by the killing. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they turned a deaf ear to Suyu's warning. "What's wrong?" Bing Wuxin flew over, her face full of surprise. Han Fei and the others flew over one after another, glancing at the corpses that Suyu had examined suspiciously. At first, they were puzzled, then surprised, and finally grave. This is the real martial disaster. Han Fei exhaled a mouthful of foul air and lifted a finger to shatter a corpse that looked like a green deer. The internal organs of the corpse tumbled about, but they were all human organs. The heart, gallbladder, and lobes of the lungs were all human. This is... The challengers who had rushed over gasped. They tried to shatter the other few corpses of the demonic beasts, and the results were all similar. They looked like demonic beasts on the outside, but on the inside they were indeed human. Could it be that they are? The people present were all top-notch talents of the Jiuzhou continent. How could they not have guessed it? But it was precisely because they had guessed it that their faces were full of shock and terror. Some of the female challengers looked at the blood on their hands and shuddered violently, letting out sorrowful and fearful cries. Bing Wuxin took a long breath. Looking at the densely packed beast tide, her palms were trembling, and her eyes were filled with a chilly gleam. "Stop it, all of you. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy." Buzz! In an instant, 9 sword shadows appeared behind her. 3 of them were solid swords, piercing through the clouds. Only a few challengers stopped, but most of them had fallen into a state of madness. They could not be blamed for their madness. After some of the demonic beasts were killed, they spat out treasures, cultivation techniques, and even elixirs, just as the rumors had said. Although they were not as high grade as the rumors claimed, it was still a decent opportunity for many challengers. How could anyone stop now? Kill the beast tide. That was the only thought in their minds. Students of the Red Blood Palace, listen up. Kill. Bing Wuxin's murderous intent rose, but Suyu stopped her, sighing. It's too late. The challengers, who were in a frenzy of killing, suddenly convulsed, as if they had been poisoned. They fell to the ground abruptly, motionless. The more frenzied the challengers were, the more they behaved this way. Only the challengers who had obeyed Su Yu's command were not in such a serious condition, although they felt a little uncomfortable. In an instant, more than 3,000 challengers had fallen to the beast tide. Strangely, the retreating beast tide bypassed the challengers who had fallen to the ground, showing no intention of devouring or trampling them. When the beast tide receded like a receding tide, 3,000 challengers lay on the ground. Then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded took place. The challengers, lying on the ground, were enveloped by a mass of blood-red light. Shortly after, demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes emerged from the blood-red light, following the beast tide in a daze. When the blood-red light dissipated, only an empty layer of skin was left on the ground. The corpses and treasures had all disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1031. Witnessing the 3,000 challengers turn into demonic beasts and become part of the great army of beasts. No one could describe the shock in their hearts. This is the nature of the disaster of beasts. Su Yu said coldly, "There are good and evil people in people's hearts. The opportunities dropped by the demonic beasts draw out the greed, brutality, and savagery in human nature. These natures are actually bestial. Once they can't resist their doubts and their bestial natures are triggered, the disaster of beasts will strip them of their human bodies and turn them into demonic beasts. Every demonic beast we saw in the deluge of beasts was transformed from the geniuses who had fallen in the disaster of beasts in the past. Like the 3,000 challengers, they failed to suppress their bestial natures and turned into demonic beasts." After listening to Su Yu's explanation, everyone was speechless for a long time. This was the real disaster of beasts. The disaster of flowers petrified the challengers. The disaster of books turned them into books, and the disaster of martial arts turned them into nothingness. The disaster of beasts turned the challengers into beasts. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. I will never forget your kindness. A challenger whose hands were stained with blood was trembling in fear, but he was grateful. It was Su Yu who stopped him in time and woke him up from the massacre. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a demonic beast. Me too. Senior Brother Su, I can't repay your kindness. I will do my best to assist you in the future. Senior Brother Su, thank you for everything you have done for us. Although we're weak, we can still do our best for you. As the challengers who had survived the disaster, Su Yu's prestige had skyrocketed to the point that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Han Fei. I don't deserve to be called an errand. After 2 incidents in a row, all of you should have realized the nature of the glittering jewel wonderland. This is not a place of opportunities, but an eternal conspiracy against the younger generation of the Jojo continent. I hope that all of you will stop here and look for a safe place to hide until the end of the glittering jewel wonderland. Before that, don't go to the dangerous garden area. There was nothing wrong with small-scale exploration, but if greed was indulged, even if they didn't die in the 4 disasters, they would still fall in other traps. Senior Brother Su, are you not going to join us? The challengers understood Su Yu's implication. Su Yu was asking them to behave themselves. Su Yu pointed at the tide of beasts on the horizon, which was gradually moving further and further away. Everything needs an end. That black dog killed my compatriots from the Jojo continent. Someone has to stand up and bear this blood feud. If it was any other time, these words would sound dignified, incomparably hypocritical, and cause others to laugh at them. Right now, this scene was especially impassioned. It came from the bottom of their hearts, touching their hearts. Senior Brother Su, we are willing to lend you a hand. Whether it was out of respect for Su Yu or because they had to avenge the death of their companions at the hands of the black dog, many challengers volunteered. Su Yu shook his head. If you follow me to seek revenge, you will fall into the black dog's trap. This demon dog is good at playing with people's hearts. It's easier to be manipulated by him if there are too many of you. You guys should disperse now. Remember, try not to team up with too many people. Even if the demon dog has great abilities, it will not be able to split itself. Your risk will be reduced because of this. Faced with the rejection, many challengers pondered for a moment, then rationally led their acquaintances to leave quickly. They looked for a safe place to hide and wait for the bloody, glittering jewel wonderland to end. After repeated persuasions, even the Red Blood Palace was sent away. In the end, there were only a handful of people left. Su Yu, Bing Wuxin, Han Fei, Dongfang Tianfeng, and Bai Ling Tian. The rest of them are fine, but Bai Ling Tian, Brother Su, I admire your noble character and unquestionable integrity. We've only known each other for a few days, but Brother Su has left a deep impression on me. There's still a long way to go. I believe you, and I will meet again in the glittering jewel wonderland. Until next time. Bai Ling Tian retreated calmly when he saw that the situation was not in his favor. Su Yu's eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction where he had left. This person was a dangerous character that Su Yu had been secretly wary of. This Bai Ling Tian is very strange. Dongfang Tianfeng stroked the fine hair hanging in front of her forehead. Even with the intelligence of the great Oriental family, we can't find out anything about him. It's as if he was born out of thin air overnight. 10 years ago, he appeared in the Heavenly Knife region. Everything before, that is like a blank piece of paper. As the oldest family on the continent, the great Oriental family naturally had influence that projected across the entire continent. Investigating a person was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. Of course, there are some people that my family can't find out about. For example, senior brother Su, who suddenly appeared in the demonic Ape Ridge a few years ago, then entered the Blue Mountain Ridge and finally joined the Red Blood Palace. His life before, that is also a blank piece of paper. Dongfang Tianfeng fiddled with a small booklet in her palm. A series of information emerged clearly. Han Fei cast a meaningful look at Su Yu. The booklet in Han Fei's hand was called the Jojo booklet. It looked like a booklet, but in fact it was an astonishing fairy-grade treasure. It contained a tremendous amount of information. Dongfang Tianfeng had a large number of people scattered all over Jojo. It could be said to be the continent's top-notch intelligence agency. Important information was constantly updated every day, and the information was transmitted to the Jojo booklet through certain means. When the Jojo booklet was opened, the general trend of the world, the anecdotes of famous people, the local customs, and the geography of Jojo could be found immediately. Moreover, the content was constantly being updated at an alarming rate. Someone like Su Yu, who had a small reputation in the blessed and heavenly lands, had naturally entered the eyes of the great Oriental family's intelligence personnel. His information was dug 3 feet deep and recorded in the Jojo booklet. The people of the great Oriental family knew everything in the world without even taking half a step outside. This was undoubtedly a condescending attitude of dominating the continent. Miss Dongfang, you're openly inquiring about my background. Do you have nothing to fear? Su Yu cast an indifferent look at Dongfang Tianfeng. I'm just curious. Dongfang Tianfeng put her hands behind her back and explained to herself. There are rootless waters in the sky, but there are no people without roots in the world. Anyone who appears in the eyes of the great Oriental family can't escape investigation. There are only a handful of people that even the great Oriental family can't see through. For example, Bai Ling Tian, who suddenly rose to prominence 10 years ago. For example, the ruthless demonic man who suddenly appeared a few years ago. For example, you, who appeared out of nowhere a few years ago. Su Yu's face was calm, but his heart skipped a beat. He might be able to hide his identity from others, but the great Oriental family, who grasped all the information in the world, might be able to see through the relationship between Su Yu and the ruthless demonic man. It could even be possible that Dongfang Tianfeng already knew Su Yu's identity. She had always been wary of Su Yu and didn't dare to snatch the flower yard master. There must be a reason for that. Is that so? Su Yu said indifferently, as if he didn't care. Can I be more mysterious than Bai Lingtian? He's full of legendary cultivation techniques, haha. As expected, Dongfang Tianfeng's attention was diverted, or perhaps she had sensed Su Yu's displeasure. She put away the Jojo booklet. Him? He's actually very powerful. In the last Starry Sky Tea Party, he ranked 6th, second only to Gu Taishu. If he hadn't deliberately let him win, he could have easily made it into the ranks of the Starry Sky elites. She revealed the shocking truth casually. He's the heir of a powerful pupil spiritual body, the Jade Eyes Flower Pupil. This pupil technique that originated from the ancient spiritual body is an existence that defies the laws of heaven and earth. As long as a cultivation technique is performed in front of him, it will be copied unconditionally and become his cultivation technique. In other words, performing cultivation techniques in front of him will only lead to a faster death. Copying cultivation techniques? Su Yu's pupils shrank. Wasn't this pupil technique too nature-defying? No wonder he had 100 legendary cultivation techniques. Most importantly, Bai Lingtian was very good at hiding. Su Yu's vigilance against him increased a notch. He's already gone. What's there to say? We have to deal with that black dog as soon as possible, Bing Wuxin said thoughtfully. As long as it's alive, we'll be in danger. The black dog's series of tricks were truly frightening. At the moment, no one could guarantee that the black dog wasn't spying on them in the dark, preparing to deal another fatal blow to them. This persistent black dog has to be dealt with, Han Fei said placidly. I'm just curious. Su Yuxian, did your generous words just now really come from the bottom of your heart? Su Yu shrugged. Of course not. What does their life and death have to do with me? I'm just trying to convince them not to follow us and cause trouble. Upon hearing that, Han Fei chuckled lightly. If they really came from the bottom of their heart, they'd be annoying. Those who claim to be righteous often approach darkness. Finding that black dog is our top priority. I have a hunch that it won't give up so easily, and it's brewing even more dangerous destruction. Han Fei revealed the reason why she stayed behind to deal with the black dog. The 100-story Marshall Tower had continuously summoned disasters of beasts, which had caused them great suffering and made them feel very troubled. This insidious and cunning enemy was the most dangerous species in the glittering jewel wonderland. It was also the only species that could solve the mystery. But where are we going to find that damn dog? This was the conundrum before them. The glittering jewel wonderland was vast, and even a yard was vast and boundless, let alone the entire wonderland. If it intends to hide, I'm afraid we won't be able to find it even after the wonderland is over. Su Yu said placidly, Hasn't it already told us where it is? Everyone was stunned. Told us? Have you forgotten? As the special martial yard master who can control all disasters, there's only one martial disaster that he didn't control. The last disaster was also the most terrifying one, the disaster of the dead spirits. It was an absolute disaster that even the 9 great prefectures' kings couldn't resist. Once it started, it wouldn't stop, and it would grow stronger and stronger until all the challengers were eliminated. Since ancient times, no one had been able to stop it. As they thought about it, their expressions changed slightly, and a sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. The black dog never expected that the 3 disasters would be able to kill all of us. It was just stalling for time, and it succeeded in delaying them for a whole 8 days. Su Yu said in a low voice. While they were triumphantly resolving the 3 disasters, they had no idea that it was the black dog's doing on purpose. You're saying that the black dog is in the last yard, the mausoleum? Everyone felt that Su Yu's speculation was probably correct. Only Han Fei frowned, expressing her doubts. Leaving such an obvious flaw and exposing its location doesn't seem like the black dog style of doing things. That's why I said it was the black dog who told us its location. It left this flaw for us on purpose. Su Yu said coldly. It didn't use a conspiracy but an open one. The disaster of the dead spirits might be almost ready, and it's just waiting for us to make a choice. Chapter 1032. This black dog, what kind of divine being is it? Bing Wuxin voiced her doubts. It's good at scheming, it's more resourceful than others, it's cruel and vicious, and its goal is to annihilate all the challengers. Is it really just the master of the martial yard? Han Fei didn't quite understand, either. She said leisurely, every living thing has a purpose in its actions. It has spent so much effort to annihilate all the challengers. What is its purpose? Is it just a meaningless killing? The black dog must have some ulterior motive, but no one knew what it was. I know, Dongfang Tianfeng said with a smile, waving the JoJo booklet in her snow-white palm. Everyone's eyes lit up. As the oldest family, the great Oriental family's existence couldn't be traced back, even surpassing the current history of JoJo. However, the Glittering Jewel Wonderland was a very special place. All the challengers who had participated in the past were not allowed to divulge any information about the Wonderland. Once they did so, they would be annihilated by the Wonderland, and mortal fairies were no exception. I know what you're thinking, but where did your knowledge about the Glittering Jewel Wonderland come from? Dongfang Tianfeng twirled the hair that fell on her chest with her fingers. Upon hearing that, everyone was enlightened. What they knew was, of course, what the elders of the faction had told them. The moment the Glittering Jewel Wonderland descended, the senses of the Wonderland would be obscured, and that was when the faction leader would transmit information to the disciples. However, the time was very short, and the information was limited. However, the great Oriental family's intelligence network was spread all over the world, and the JoJo booklet could receive information from thousands of people at the same time. How much information had Dongfang Tianfeng received in such a short time? It was probably an astronomical figure. In terms of knowledge about the Glittering Jewel Wonderland, she wasn't any less than all the challengers combined. Seeing that they had all understood, Dongfang Tianfeng flipped open the JoJo booklet, and several shiny lines of information emerged automatically. The master of the martial yard, a creature that looks like a black dog, first appeared in the 10th session of the Glittering Jewel Wonderland's descent and disappeared without a trace since then. After its appearance, the Glittering Jewel Wonderland underwent a drastic change, turning from a wonderland to a bloody demonic mirror. When the 5 major disasters first descended, they were accompanied by a massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as various resources, prompting the challengers to madly utilize the resources to break through their limits and achieve progress. At the same time, even if you die in the disaster, you will be transported out of the Glittering Jewel Wonderland, and your life will not be in danger. When the ominous black dog appeared, the 5 disasters of the Glittering Jewel Wonderland underwent a drastic change. There were only disasters, but no resources descended. Death meant true death, and one would not be transported back to the JoJo continent. From then on, the Glittering Jewel Wonderland turned from a place of inheritance to a place of slaughter. Even so, there are still abundant resources in the Wonderland that JoJo doesn't have. There are still tens of thousands of challengers rushing to the Glittering Jewel Wonderland. After a few messages appeared, everyone fell into a deep shock. It turned out that the original Glittering Jewel Wonderland was actually a peaceful land of inheritance. However, everything changed when the black dog appeared. Dongfang Tianfeng's expression had somehow turned grave. She said, "Actually, it's just a small matter. The Dongfang family had obtained this information thousands of years ago. The mastermind behind the Glittering Jewel Wonderland is known as the Black Ghost among the senior members of the great Oriental family. No one knows who it is, when it appeared, or why it has the supreme magical power to change the layout of the Glittering Jewel Wonderland. Everything seemed to have appeared suddenly, and the Glittering Jewel Wonderland was changed." After a pause, Dongfang Tianfeng said, "According to the earliest records of the Glittering Jewel Wonderland, a large number of challengers obtained the inheritance from the Glittering Jewel Wonderland, and it made the Jojo continent flourish. Although the glittering jewel wonderland has fallen, the human race of Jojo has always been thriving within 1,000 years and has reached its peak. Everything changed after the 10th glittering jewel wonderland. The number of challengers who participated was less than 1 in 10. Although the remaining challengers did obtain the same resources as the rumors said, the remaining 90% of challengers died in the glittering jewel wonderland. In general, the resources that the Jojo continent obtained from the glittering jewel wonderland were reduced by 90%. The number of geniuses of the Jojo continent also decreased. Less than 1 in 10 of the 100 years of accumulation remained. This led to the continual weakening of the continent, and it has been getting poorer and weaker until today. 1,000 years ago, the glittering jewel wonderland was reduced from a place of inheritance to a tumor of the Jojo continent. Without it, the Jojo continent would be even more prosperous today. Hearing all kinds of secrets that had never been circulated in the outside world, the crowd was shocked. That mysterious black dog, just who was it? What was its purpose in causing the continent's decline? I have 2 questions, Bing Wuxin said in a low voice. First, how can you be sure that the current Jojo continent is not as prosperous as it was 9,000 years ago? Dongfeng Tianfeng chuckled. Do you know how powerful the human race was 9,000 years ago? There were countless all-creations old monsters, and any small or medium-sized faction was overseen by an all-creations old monster. But look at the central prefecture today. How many all-creations old monsters are overseeing a mere small or medium-sized faction? And how many young heroes do you know who have broken through the all-creations old monster? Ever since the drastic change in the glittering jewel wonderland, the Jojo continent has been in a state of stagnation. The all-creations old monsters of the older generation are about to pass away, and the young heroes of the younger generation are dying in large numbers. Only a small number of them can break through the shackles and enter the ranks of all creations. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was interested. Comparing the situation with the Red Blood Palace, the Purple Cloud Palace, and even the other regions, the crowd realized a shocking fact. All creations, old monsters, were extremely rare. The Red Blood Palace was a huge faction, but it only had Mo Tianxian, the strongest person below the mortal fairy. Apart from her, there wasn't even a stage 1 all creations. All of them were at the almighty level. For a whole 300 years, no new all creations old monster had been born. The gap was so huge that it made one's hair stand on end. It was the same for the Purple Cloud Palace. Even though the situation in the big regions was slightly better, all creations old monsters were still extremely rare. There was a huge gap between the martial artists of the entire continent. It was very abnormal. This was actually the question that had been bothering Suyu. The situation of the Red Blood Palace was really unimaginable. On one side was an unbelievably strong all creations old monster, and on the other side, no new all creations old monster had been born. The reason was that there was a gap in talent. The 10% of challengers who were still alive were not enough to produce enough all creations old monsters. This is my second question. Since you know that the glittering jewel wonderland has become a lingering poison that has plagued the Jojo continent for hundreds of years, why didn't you stop the trials? If that's the case, with the accumulation of several generations of geniuses, we should be able to recover part of our vitality. However, Dongfeng Tianfeng only smiled softly. Because of the human heart. Bing Wuxin was about to ask again, but she heard Suyu sigh. If there's an opportunity for the blessed and heavenly lands to soar and surpass their old enemy, the Heavenly Knife region, but the opportunity is accompanied by great danger, and the Heavenly Knife region has discovered it, what do you think the blessed and heavenly lands will do? Bing Wuxin was stunned when she heard that. If the blessed and heavenly lands didn't fight for it, the Heavenly Knife region would. If the Heavenly Knife region obtained it, the blessed and heavenly lands would be completely suppressed, so the blessed and heavenly lands would strike first. Similarly, the heavenly knife region would think the same. If the blessed and heavenly lands obtained it, the heavenly knife region would be in a disadvantageous position, and the blessed and heavenly lands would strike first. Moreover, the influences of the Jojo continent weren't limited to the blessed and heavenly lands and the heavenly knife region. There were more than 40 other regions. No one was willing to fall behind and give up on such an amazing opportunity. Therefore, all the influences would join in the fight even though they knew the danger. This was the reason why this overt conspiracy had lasted through the ages. The martial arts of Jojo are getting worse with each generation, and the many legacies of the ancient times have been severed. It's difficult to innovate new techniques, and the elixirs have lost the motivation to research and develop them. The entire martial arts environment is deteriorating day by day, and it's on the verge of collapse. In less than 100 years, many of the major martial arts sects will be removed from the world, and their legacies will be severed. The martial arts world will deteriorate further, and eventually will weaken to the lowest level of the martial arts world. And the lower level of the martial arts world will no longer be able to withstand the invasion of the Ghost Clan. The people of the Jojo continent would never forget the tragic war between humans and ghosts 100 years ago. In that war, the Jojo continent was almost wiped out. In other words, the Jojo continent is heading toward the abyss of destruction because of the glittering jewel wonderland, and it's getting faster and faster. This is the future that the great Oriental family speculated after sorting out the situation of the continent throughout the ages. Moreover, it's an extremely optimistic and conservative speculation. In reality, it's very likely that it won't take 1,000 years, 100 years, or even the present for the tragedy of Jojo's destruction to occur. Everyone was speechless for a long time, as if their hearts were blocked by something. If it weren't for Dongfang Tianfeng's words, they wouldn't have realized that they were in an era of rapid degeneration. Did no one stop it for thousands of years? Bing Wuxin shook her head, expressing her doubts about Dongfang Tianfeng's words. Yes, why not? Dongfang Tianfeng said. 100 years ago, there was an emperor who turned the tide. He realized the precarious situation of the continent and the endless dangers of the glittering jewel wonderland. Therefore, he vowed that if he ascended to the throne of Jojo, he would gather all forces to resist the glittering jewel wonderland. However, when he was about to unify Jojo, the Ghost Clan invaded, and he perished in the war between humans and ghosts. His great cause of unification was destroyed, and his ambition to resist the glittering jewel wonderland vanished into thin air. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. 100 years ago, the peerless king who was about to ascend to the throne of Jojo, Shinichen, a legendary emperor of a generation, a sad emperor of a generation. He defeated all the strong men of the continent, but perished when he ascended to the throne of Jojo. Su Yu was the only one who knew the secret. He didn't die at the hands of the Ghost Clan, but a traitor who dealt a fatal blow, the Central Prefecture's king. 100 years after his death, the continent didn't have any great talents who could unify Jojo. The various forces couldn't resist the temptation of the glittering jewel wonderland, and sent batch after batch of embers. Dongfang Tianfeng clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. Even though they were just listening, everyone could feel the crisis of the continent. When the Ghost Clan invaded 100 years ago, Shenichen was the main force to resist them. 100 years later, not only did the Jojo continent not improve, but it continued to deteriorate. If it happened again, who could resist the great emperor of the Ghost Clan? Jojo needed a powerful figure, someone who could suppress all voices with his words and resist the glittering jewel wonderland together. It was a pity that the brilliant emperor of 100 years ago had disappeared from the stage of history. Was there no emperor before Shinichen? Su Yu asked. The history of the ages was too long. Except for the great Oriental family, no other forces had a complete record of the history of the ages. Chapter 1033. Yes, Dongfang Tianfeng confirmed. Dongfang Tianfeng said with certainty, In the early years of the glittering jewel wonderland's nurturing, a large number of peerless geniuses were cultivated. Within 1,000 years, 3 of them became unparalleled emperors and unified Juzhou. However, all 3 of them have fallen. Suyu seemed to have caught on to something. His eyes flashed. How did they perish? The first Jozhou emperor died of inner demons. The second Jozhou emperor died of the demon race. The third Jozhou emperor died of a meteor. Dongfeng Tianfeng paused when she reached the last one. Everyone present fell into a long silence after listening to her. 3, no, including Shinichen, had all died a violent death. They seemed to be able to see that there was an invisible giant hand of darkness obstructing the unification of Juzhou. As for Suyu, he was able to detect some sort of connection. Inner demons, demon race, meteor. These 3 seemed to be unrelated, but Suyu thought of an item, the floating life door. Meteorites fell from the sky, broke open the floating life door, and opened the floating life door, and the demon race came out. It was the innate ability of the demon race to cause living creatures to go berserk. Wasn't a meteor a sign of the arrival of the floating life door possessed by the demon race? Moreover, the second Jozhou emperor died at the hands of the demon race. Realizing the truth, Su Yu's back broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the demon race was behind all this? Su Yu was even more certain of his guess when he thought of the black dog that was surging with demonic energy. The demon race was the instigator. According to the calculations of the great Oriental family, there are traces of the demon race behind this. Dongfeng Tianfeng said solemnly. Han Fei raised her brows. The demon race. The scariest race since the ancient times? There were only a few records about the demon race in the ancient books, and they were not detailed. What was certain was that the last time the demon race descended, the humans of Jozhou were almost wiped out. It was the arrival of the glittering jewel mortal fairy who sheltered the human race and allowed them to reproduce and live again. They were on the brink of extinction and regained their vitality. What surprised her was that even Han Fei had a grave expression on her face. Only Su Yu looked unfazed, as if he wasn't surprised. That black dog that my race calls the Black Ghost, if I'm not mistaken, belongs to the demon race. You're the culprit who killed the prodigies of Jozhou and caused the Jozhou continent to decline. Dongfeng Tianfeng said coldly. Han Fei nodded lightly with her snow-white chin. There's no doubt about that. The black dog does have the aura of the Devil Clan. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yu. There was a similar aura between the two. To tell you the truth, the main purpose of my participation in the glittering jewel wonderland is not to obtain resources, but to exterminate the Black Ghost. Dongfeng Tianfeng looked around at the crowd, her expression determined. Han Fei asked placidly, "Is this the reason why the great Oriental family has come to the glittering jewel wonderland?" The Dongfeng family has a deep understanding of the past and the present. They have sensed that the continent is on the verge of destruction. But what then? Kill the black undead and save the world? Of course, you won't believe it if I say that I support justice and turn the tide to save the 9 regions. Dongfeng Tianfeng laughed at herself and said, "Let's put it this way. The Dongfeng family has been keeping an eye on the Black Ghost for many years. The Dongfeng family will gain a lot of benefits from killing it. As for what the benefits are, it's a family secret, and I can't tell you. It's a pity that it never showed itself. Now that it has shown itself, it's a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. I must eliminate it. Therefore, I must go to the cemetery." Han Fei nodded. "As long as there's a goal of benefit. In the world, there might be people with great sentiments who did not care about themselves, but dedicated themselves to dedication. However, there was no such thing as an organization without benefits. Any organization was a combination of benefits, and it was the same for the great families. If the great Oriental family did not have any benefits and wanted to eliminate evil for the continent, Han Fei would not trust Dongfeng Tianfeng. What about you? Are you staying behind to fight the black undead? What is your purpose? Dongfang Tianfeng blinked her bright eyes, glancing at Su Yu, Bing Wuxin, and Han Fei. Han Fei replied placidly, demonic energy. To kill the black dog and obtain the pure demonic energy. Bing Wuxin pointed at the bloodstains on the ground. The sword in my hand. The challenger who had died in vain had infuriated Bing Wuxin's murderous intent. What about you, Brother Su of unknown origin? Dongfang Tianfeng's eyes shone with a crystalline luster. The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled up. Me. Confirm the conjecture in your heart. After swallowing the honey of 100 flowers, Su Yu had a bold conjecture about the nature of the glittering jewel wonderland with his powerful perception. Now was the time to verify his conjecture. Dongfang Tianfeng smiled softly. All right, since we share the same interests, let's go meet that black dog. Share the same interests? Su Yu did not dare to agree. He had never believed a person easily, let alone a stranger whom he had only met once. A one-sided story. Having reached a common goal, the three of them headed for the last yard, the cemetery. Before leaving, Su Yu took one last look at the Marshall Tower. What exactly was above the second story of the 100-story Marshall Tower? A day later, in the cemetery. Haha. It is said that the cemetery is where the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy are buried. The remains of a mortal fairy are the oldest remains in the world, and their value is immeasurable. Dongfang Tianfeng looked at the graves of various sizes in the distance. Her eyes filled with a complicated look. Among them, a huge grave that pierced through the clouds stood majestically. That was the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Wait, hasn't the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy been weathered long ago, leaving only the divine crystal in the world? Su Yu frowned. It was quite different from the rumors. Dongfang Tianfeng shrugged. The remains of a mortal fairy are comparable to fairy artifacts. Do you think they can be weathered? That's just a rumor. The only thing that has really been weathered is her soul, which has turned into a divine crystal. The remains are still intact? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. So, what's going on with the other graves? Su Yu looked around at the graves of various sizes. With his transparent eye, he saw majestic black silhouettes wandering around the graves, emitting extremely terrifying scents. Each of the souls had an aura comparable to that of a mortal fairy. A stern look appeared in his eyes. Upon hearing that, Dongfang Tianfeng's eyes became much more solemn. Those are the foreign races that invaded Jiuzhou that the glittering jewel mortal fairy killed when she was alive. Their corpses are all sealed in the cemetery, and their souls are bound here for eternity, guarding the glittering jewel mortal fairy's grave. Getting close to the grave of the glittering jewel mortal fairy is extremely risky. The remnant souls of those foreign races are very terrifying. Han Fei's face was filled with shock. The remnant souls of mortal fairies. The remnant souls of mortal fairies posed a fatal threat even to the starry sky elites. Gazing at the remnant souls of mortal fairies, no one dared to step in rashly. At the border of the cemetery, apart from Su Yu and the others, there were many surviving challengers who had rushed over. Their faces were unfamiliar, and they must be part of the other 20,000 challengers. They were also hesitating at the border, staring at the cemetery with greed in their eyes, but they dared not step in. A bunch of good-for-nothings. It's just a cemetery. Get out of my way. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar came from the horizon. A majestic figure surrounded by golden light and boundlessly domineering stepped on flowing clouds, breaking through the wind and approaching. Seeing this person from afar, everyone's faces changed drastically, and they scattered in terror. Han Fei and Dongfang Tianfeng turned around abruptly. As starry sky elites, their faces changed at the same time. Why is this lunatic here? Dongfang Tianfeng's pretty face darkened, and she looked extremely fearful. Han Fei's pretty eyes narrowed, and she said, word by word, The number one among the Starry Sky elites, central prefectures, Zhan Wushuang. Among the four great Starry Sky elites, Han Fei ranked third, and Dongfeng Tianfeng ranked fourth. The number one was also the strongest among them, the number one youth elite of the Jiuzhou continent, the true number one under the starry sky, the first disciple of the central prefecture's king, Zhan Wushuang. Boom! The golden light dazzled the world, covering the heavens. Zhan Wushuang landed in the center of the cemetery with a loud crash. The cemetery trembled, and countless graves were shaken to the ground. The remnant souls of mortal fairies emitted angry wills. As the wills appeared, the world suddenly darkened, turning from day to night, and gusts of bone-piercing, chilly wind blew through the cemetery. The martial artists standing at the border of the cemetery retreated in terror. Many who retreated too slowly were turned into powder by the chilly wind, and even their souls didn't manage to escape in time. In the golden light, Zhan Wushuang revealed his true appearance. He was clad in golden armor, and there was a domineering aura between his brows. Standing on the spot, he had the power to look down on the world. Zhan Wushuang. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The disciple of the central prefecture's king? Dongfeng Tianfeng stared at the mighty figure and said fearfully, Zhan Wushuang, a born king. He was born in a royal family in the mortal world. It is said that when he was born, the souls of 3,000 kings and emperors paid homage to him. He ascended the throne at the age of 3 and defeated the stronger ones at the age of 5. He annexed the mortal kingdom of the central prefecture and made tens of thousands of countries submit to him. At the age of 10, he established the peerless martial faction, swept away all the forces in the region, and made the 3,000 factions of the central prefecture bow to him. At the age of 15, he besieged the palace of the central prefecture and challenged the central prefecture's king. He was recognized by the central prefecture's king and accepted as his disciple. It is said that when he was 15, he could withstand one blow from the central prefecture's king without being defeated. At the age of 16, he could withstand 2 blows from the central prefecture's king. At the age of 17, he could withstand 5 blows from the central prefecture's king without being defeated. According to the calculations of the senior members of the family, he is the most powerful genius since the beginning of time. In terms of qualifications, he is far above the previous Jiuzhou emperors. Our family thinks highly of him, and he is likely to become the new Jiuzhou emperor of the continent. Just like his entire life, he has the body of a king and ruled the world. Even though they were enemies, they couldn't help but be amazed. At the age of 5, he became the emperor of the mortal world. At the age of 10, he became the king of the martial arts faction of the central prefecture. At the age of 15, he was the legendary emperor who could rival the central prefecture's king. He had been an emperor all his life. Was he a born king? All of a sudden, Su Yu felt an indistinct pressure. How strong is his qualification? As one of the 4 great starry sky elites, do you know? Su Yu asked. Dongfeng Tianfeng's lips curled into a bitter smile. As one of the starry sky elites? To be precise, he is a born king, and we are not at the same level. Do you know how he got the first place at the Starry Sky Tea Party to select the new batch of Starry Sky elites? Dongfeng Tianfeng extended a finger. One move. He defeated the other 3 Starry Sky elites with only one move. In this world, no one from the younger generation can withstand a single move from him, no matter who it is. 3 Starry Sky elites combined couldn't even withstand a single move from him? He is indeed a king above the younger generation. I once heard that the one who guided the central prefecture's king's 5 golden light guards, the leader of the bright light guards, Shuadi, and many all creation's strong men, wasn't the central prefecture's king, who was in seclusion all year round. It was him, Zhan Wushuang. In a sense, they should call him master. Guided all creation's strong men, especially famous all creation's old monsters like Shuadi and the Golden Light Guards? Chapter 1034. The nearest remnant soul of a mortal fairy roared, and its majestic figure was surrounded by a surging chilly wind as it tried to grab Zhan Wushuang from afar. Suddenly, the chilly wind raged, and a pitch-black, ghostly claw tore through the void and pressed down across the void. At the edge of the cemetery, there were no challengers who dared to stand. This attack had exceeded the endurance limit of all challengers. Han Fei, Dongfang Tianfeng, and the others had to retreat to a certain distance. What right do you have to attack me if you fail and become a wastrel? Zhan Wushuang put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were full of disdain as he took a step forward. This step seemed to contain some kind of supreme magic power, and everyone's heart was beating along with it. It was like a hand had brushed past their hearts. The ghostly claw that was about to press down was blown away by an invisible force when it was 10 feet away from Zhan Wushuang and turned into smoke. The majestic ghost shadow let out a shrill scream and shattered, completely disappearing from the world. Its grave was suddenly shattered, and a large number of remains and funerary objects were scattered all over the ground. As funerary objects of a mortal fairy, even if they were just relics, they were amazing resources that ordinary people dreamed of. However, Zhan Wushuang snorted and took a step forward, as if he didn't see it. The bones, together with the relics on the ground, were crushed into dust. The spectators outside the cemetery all felt their hearts bleeding, and they were extremely angry. But when their eyes fell on Zhan Wushuang's back, their anger disappeared and they smiled bitterly. He was too strong, and they didn't even have the courage to fight against him. Ah, Zhan Wushuang doesn't care about the relics of a mortal fairy, but we are scrambling for them. A top expert in the region sighed. Haha, I don't know how to describe my feelings to fight for the relics that Zhan Wushuang doesn't care about. Another top expert in the region said bitterly. As a top genius in the region, the invisible gap between him and Zhan Wushuang made people feel desperate. He killed a remnant soul of a mortal fairy with a simple gesture, and his unparalleled king's aura shocked many powerful ghosts. The angry, ghostly figures extinguished their anger and didn't dare to move forward rashly. Zhan Wushuang's cold eyes glanced at all the ghostly figures. The ghostly figures trembled, struggled for a moment, and then lowered their heads and made way for him, like defeated soldiers. No matter where he was, Zhan Wushuang was like an emperor. Humph! The losers don't have the right to raise their heads. Zhan Wushuang stepped on the golden light and entered the tomb of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Before the crowd could catch up, they heard a few angry shouts coming from the tomb. Then, the tomb of the mortal fairy, which had existed for thousands of years, suddenly exploded. A ball of golden light surged into the sky. Zhan Wushuang held a jade coffin in his left hand, and a silvery white corpse could be vaguely seen in the coffin. His flesh and blood had all dried up, leaving behind only a silvery white skeleton. In the skeletal hand was a pitch-black scepter, the glittering jewel fairy scepter. It was the magic treasure of the glittering jewel mortal fairy when she was alive. It was a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact, a heaven-defying magic treasure that could purify everything in the world. Moreover, there were many funerary objects of the glittering jewel mortal fairy in the jade coffin, including most of her treasures when she was alive. Everyone saw this and held their breaths. The richest and largest treasure in the glittering jewel mortal fairy had finally been unearthed. However, no one dared to snatch it, not even thinking about it. As a king of the same generation, ordinary people were not qualified to compete with him for things. Zhan Wushuang, who had soared into the clouds, glanced at all the challengers with disdain out of the corner of his eye. Even Han Fei and Dongfang Tianfeng did not stop. He glanced at them indifferently and tore the void with one hand, revealing a magnificent galaxy world. With a leap, he had forcibly left the glittering jewel wonderland in such a shocking way. From his appearance to his departure, it had only been a few breaths. However, his king-like aura, which was as strong as a mortal fairy's, left an unforgettable impression on all challengers, regardless of whether they knew him or not. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. This was the number one person of the younger generation under the starry sky. Su Yu could not help but wonder if Zhan Wushuang was a fallen old monster who had been reincarnated. He was born with the souls of 3,000 emperors, unified the mortal empire of Zhou at the age of 5, suppressed the 3,000 factions of the central prefecture at the age of 10, and drew his sword against the central prefecture's king at the age of 15. All kinds of unimaginable legends had shaken the ages. Even the Zhou emperors of the past could not be compared to him. It was not unreasonable for the great Oriental family to conclude that he would become the supreme Zhou emperor in the future. Witnessing it with his own eyes, Su Yu increasingly understood the great Oriental family's judgment. Such an outstanding man, a born emperor, had potential that surpassed all the heaven rulers in the history of Zhou. However, Su Yu was not afraid. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Zhan Wushuang was a born emperor. Su Yu had the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and Yun Yazi had an emperor-based saint artifact. One was an innate, and the other was an acquired. As a latecomer, Su Yu might be able to catch up with this born emperor. A long time after he had left, the cemetery was still in dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the thunderous means just now, until a familiar, strange laugh interrupted everyone's thoughts. Hee, I didn't expect that after Zhou has been in decline for such a long time, there would still be such a born emperor in this era. Besides, apart from him, there are many other amazing talents in this batch. They are more outstanding than any generation of the past. In the broken tomb of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, as the stones rolled, a pitch-black dog crawled out of the ruins with a disheveled look on its face, laughing strangely. Without waiting for Su Yu and the others to speak, a challenger trembled and screamed in fear, "It's the Black Ghost!" Ah, run. It's the one who mobilized the tide of beasts and killed 20,000 challengers. Blood-curdling screams filled the air. The screams of fear and terror formed a chain. In the blink of an eye, all the challengers around the cemetery had fled, and not a single one was left. They had developed an instinctive fear of the black dog, as if they had experienced an unusually bloody and cruel scene. The black dog crawled out slowly. It had been chased, and its emerald eyes turned to look at Su Yu. Hee, you didn't let me down. You've come to the cemetery. Dongfang Tianfeng's brows were filled with murderous intent. The demon race. TSK, little girl. Don't be so hot-tempered. Actually, I still like you very much. After all, you have the scent of an old friend on you, the black dog said with a smile. Old friend? Which old friend? Dongfang Tianfeng's expression changed slightly, and her innocent face was clouded with an indiscernible haze. Since you've come here, it means that the disaster of books, the disaster of martial arts, and the disaster of beasts have not been able to do anything to you. The black dog looked impressed. It's rare to see such a group of outstanding juniors. It makes me feel good. In the cemetery, the last yard. In the yard where the final battle was about to take place, if the black dog was eliminated, the torment that the glittering jewel wonderland had inflicted on the Zhou continent might come to an end. Both parties were in a stalemate, looking for the best opportunity to strike. Hey, what's with the murderous look? The show has come to an end. Of course, everyone has to be present. The black dog cackled, and its eyes swept across the surroundings. 2 beams of emerald light swept across the trees around the cemetery. The trees that were hit by the green light were reduced to dust in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Many hidden figures jumped out from the destroyed trees. Bai Lingtian? Su Yu recognized one of the figures. It was Bai Lingtian, whom he had parted ways with in front of the martial tower. Behind him were Qian Feng, Zhao, Li, Tianyu, and more than 80 burly men of bronze and iron who were half naked and covered in runes. Their eyes were dull and hollow, and they looked like a special group of people. They must be the other group of people hidden in the heavenly knife region. Haha, Brother Su, I trust you've been well since we last met. Bai Lingtian led the crowd with a smile and landed 1,000 feet away from Su Yu and his companions. Su Yu glanced at the 80 strange-looking bronze and iron men and said indifferently, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've found so many ancient bronze corpses. You're really generous. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingtian's smiling expression stiffened for a moment. The ancient bronze corpses were an ancient sect that had been on the decline for tens of thousands of years. They were experts in refining corpses. The refined corpses were divided into iron corpses, bronze corpses, and silver corpses. The iron mummy's fighting prowess was no weaker than a 9th grade almighty. The combat prowess of the bronze corpse was no less than that of a stage 2 all creations old monster. As for the rumored silver corpse, its attack power was comparable to that of a stage 6 all creations old monster. The Heavenly Knife region had actually managed to collect the lost bronze corpses, and there were more than 80 of them. Such generosity was truly astonishing. If the Heavenly Knife region had sent these powerful bronze corpses into the battlefield during the war between the two regions, the blessed and heavenly lands would have most likely lost a large part of their territory. However, the Heavenly Knife region had never done so, so the answer was simple. This was not the work of the Heavenly Knife region. There was another mysterious force behind Bai Lingtian. Combined with his mysterious background, it was not difficult to infer that Bai Lingtian's identity was not simple. More than 80 bronze corpses were quite a shocking number. If they attacked together, although they would not reach the level of Zhan Wushuang, who could stun the remnant souls of mortal fairies, it would not be difficult for them to force their way into the mausoleum of Lin Lang's mortal fairy. Qian Feng sneered. Su Yuxian, are you afraid? Su Yu glanced at him placidly. Who am I afraid of? You think I'm afraid of someone like you? Upon hearing that, Qian Feng's smile froze. He said angrily, Don't be arrogant. You're in for it later. Shut up. Now is not the time for internal strife. Bai Lingtian said placidly with a frown. Qian Feng shut his mouth immediately and retreated respectfully. Brother Su, before the great enemy, you and I... Bai Lingtian said with a smile. So you cut him off. Join forces? Impossible, but I'm sure we won't be enemies. His wariness of Bai Lingtian was far greater than that of Dongfeng Tianfeng, Gu Taishu, and even Zhan Wushuang. Bai Lingtian had always given him an inexplicable sense of danger. I'm glad to have Brother Su's promise, Bai Lingtian said with a placid smile. He lifted his eyes to look at the other batches of challengers who were descending from the sky. He was a little regretful. It's a pity that the demon-devouring emperor is not here. Otherwise, he would be very interested in this mysterious black dog. The demon-devouring emperor was a savage youth who was superior to Han Fei and Dongfeng Tianfeng among the Starry Sky elites. He was born with a penchant for devouring demonic beasts and absorbing their essence to enhance his abilities. He was ruthless in his methods and cruel in nature. Among the youths of Jiuzhou, his name struck fear in people's hearts. Wherever he went, he was always accompanied by blood. Rather than calling him a human, it was more appropriate to say that he was the emperor of the demons. People called him the demon-devouring emperor. Chapter 1035. Su Yu glanced at the others and found a familiar figure. Gu Taishu. He was alone, and the people of the Purple Cloud Palace were nowhere to be found. Su Yu vaguely sensed a few whiffs of savage, demonic beast aura from him. As if he had sensed Su Yu's gaze, Gu Taishu cast a glance at him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. His eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence. He had obtained the last drop of the blood of the real spirit. Was he going to refine the 9 fairy elixir? Once he swallowed the 9 fairy elixir, he would become a complete 9 spirit body, and his strength would increase greatly. The savage, demonic beast aura probably came from one of the real spirit demonic beasts in the beast yard. Hee, almost everyone is here. I can send you all on your way now, the black dog said with a smile, spitting out a black scepter from its mouth. Isn't this the treasure of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, the glittering jewel fairy scepter? Someone exclaimed. They had clearly seen Zhan Wushuang take away the glittering jewel fairy scepter along with the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. What was up with the glittering jewel fairy scepter that the black dog spat out? I knew it, Suyu said softly, seeing the black dog crawl out of the grave of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Suyu knew that there was something wrong with the remains and treasures that Zhan Wushuang had obtained. Dongfang Tianfeng was not surprised at all. She said playfully, Zhan Wushuang is indeed powerful, but he has too little information. His efforts are destined to be in vain. What he took away was not the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Upon hearing that, the challengers who had gathered were shocked. Miss Dongfang, please explain clearly. We clearly saw Zhan Wushuang take away the jade crown from the grave of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. If Zhan Wushuang had not taken away the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, then they still had a chance to fight for the final inheritance. Dongfang Tianfeng sneered. Who told you that was the grave of the glittering jewel mortal fairy? Many challengers were stunned. In fact, their faction leader had not had time to tell them what the grave of the glittering jewel mortal fairy looked like, and most of the elders of the faction had no chance to see it. They felt that it was the tomb of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. That tomb was the largest, and the rest of the tombs were surrounded by a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. It was a testament to the special status of the central tomb. In the cemetery of the glittering jewel wonderland, apart from the glittering jewel mortal fairy herself, who else was qualified to receive such treatment? Only the glittering jewel mortal fairy herself. It was precisely this thought that caused everyone to walk into a dead end, and Zhan Wushuang was no exception. Bing Wuxin frowned. I remember you saying that the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy are in the cemetery, right? He also said that these ordinary tombs were the powerful enemies that the glittering jewel mortal fairy had killed in her lifetime, and that she was using them to protect the glittering jewel mortal fairy's remains. Dongfang Tianfeng chuckled and said, Yes, the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy are in the cemetery. But did I say that the remains are in any of the tombs? No. He's in the cemetery, but not the tomb? Upon hearing the bizarre answer, the crowd looked at one another in confusion. Miss Dongfang, please don't keep us guessing. Could it be that the remains of the glittering jewel mortal fairy have no grave? Could it be that she was buried somewhere randomly? Many challengers were anxious. Dongfang Tianfeng sneered and stared at the black dog. Do you know that there's a hidden garden in the glittering jewel wonderland? Everyone's hearts trembled. The legendary sixth garden. The sixth garden that had never appeared since time immemorial. The glittering jewel mortal fairy was highly respected. Is it possible for the challengers to steal her remains in the cemetery? Her real remains have always been in the last garden, the sixth garden. Dongfang Tianfeng stared at the black dog with a burning gaze. The grave that was buried in the center of the cemetery was only the cemetery master, a close friend of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, who guarded the cemetery after her death. Unfortunately, she was sealed by Zhan Wushuang again and forcibly taken away when she woke up. Upon hearing these two secret messages, everyone had a sudden realization. The sixth garden was the real burial place of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. But we clearly saw that the glittering jewel fairy scepter was also in the jade coffin. What's going on? One of the challengers asked. Dongfang Tianfeng looked at the black dog and said, You have to ask it. This black dog has been in the grave for such a long time, so it must be his doing. Ha ha ha, little girl, you seem to know a lot of things. The black dog held the real, glittering jewel fairy scepter in its mouth and laughed. Apart from the remains, everything else is an illusion. That guy must be furious if he finds out, right? How arrogant was Zhan Wushuang? If he knew that he had been fooled by a black dog, how could he not be furious? The doubts in their hearts were gone, and everyone's eyes gradually brightened up. The sixth garden. Only by opening the sixth garden could the real burial place of the glittering jewel mortal fairy be revealed. Most of her life's inheritance was left in the sixth garden. What they had to do next was to find a way to open the sixth garden. According to the rumors, there was only one way to open the sixth garden, and that was to gather all 5 yard masters. Dongfang Tianfeng said in a timely manner, "Opening the sixth garden requires 5 yard masters. I have the book yard master, Su Yuxian has the flower yard master, and the challenger named Gu Taishu should have the beast yard master. We only lack 2 yard masters. One of them is the cemetery master, and the last one is the martial yard master. And the martial yard master is standing right in front of us. Everyone, what are you waiting for?" Dongfang Tianfeng's words were very impactful. However, they were not stupid, and they would not be easily ordered around. "Miss Dongfang, you just said that the cemetery master has been taken away by Zhan Wushuang. Even if we capture the martial yard master, we still lack a yard master. We are just doing useless work." Dongfang Tianfeng said disdainfully, "Have you forgotten that when a yard master dies, a new yard master will be born? That yard master being taken away from the glittering jewel wonderland is equivalent to death. The new cemetery master is among these black undead." Suddenly, many of the challengers' breathing quickened, and their eyes frequently swept across all the shadows. The master and disciple discovered who was most likely to become the new yard master. Let me tell you one more thing. Only the challengers who hold the title of yard master will be summoned to the 6th yard when it opens. In other words, only 5 people will be able to enter the 6th yard in the end. Dongfang Tianfeng threw out another piece of important news unhurriedly. What? The challengers who had been secretly planning to reap the benefits were all shocked. Their plans had failed, and they had no choice but to come forward and capture the yard master. However, how to capture the yard master was a problem. They had several choices. First, capture the black martial yard master dog. Second, identify the new cemetery master from the remnant souls of the mortal fairies. Third, snatch the book yard master from Dongfang Tianfeng. Fourth, snatch the beast yard master from Gu Taishu. Fifth, snatch the flower yard master from the person named Su Yuxian. The first 3 were undoubtedly the most difficult choices for them. The terror of the black dog was deeply rooted in their hearts, and they did not have the courage to face it directly. Each of the remnant souls of the mortal fairies was terrifyingly powerful, and they carried great risks of life and death. As for Dongfang Tianfeng, who would dare to snatch something from the great Oriental family, she could only snatch it from Gu Taishu and Su Yuxian, 2 unknown people. Gu Taishu was fine. As the #1 expert of the blessed and heavenly lands, and having participated in Han Fei's matchmaking contest, he had extraordinary strength and was considered somewhat famous. There were no more than 5 people present who would dare to provoke him. However, Su Yuxian, as a survivor among the other 20,000 challengers, had never experienced the 100th story of the Martial Tower or the Martial disaster, and did not understand Su Yu's strength. To them, he was the perfect target. However, he was separated from Han Fei and Dongfang Tianfeng, and did not know their relationship, so he dared not act rashly. "Brother Su, you look like you need help very much," Dongfang Tianfeng said with a smile. "Why don't you exchange the yard master with me, and I'll protect you?" Su Yu only smiled and did not bother to answer. Dongfang Tianfeng knew Su Yu's strength and was not afraid of snatching it. Moreover, Dongfang Tianfeng was secretive, and her intentions for the garden were unclear. All the more he could not give it to her. "Dongfang Tianfeng, give me your book yard master, and you can snatch the black dog." Han Fei turned her head and said calmly, as if it was a matter of course. Dongfang Tianfeng was stunned. Pointing at Su Yu, she said indignantly, "Sister Fei do you think it's easier to snatch me than him?" Han Fei nodded nonchalantly, extended her palm, and uttered 2 words indifferently. "Give it to me." Dongfang Tianfeng had failed to threaten Suyu, and was threatened by Han Fei instead, which made her depressed. The book, Yard Master, was definitely not going to be handed over. Taking a few steps back, Dongfang Tianfeng wrinkled her nose. Fine, I'd like to see who's stronger after a few years. With a clap of her slender hands, a giant fiery red bird appeared beneath Dongfang Tianfeng's feet, taking her up into the air. Han Fei shook her head placidly, and a pitch-black sun appeared before her. She stepped into it, and when she reappeared, she was right above Dongfang Tianfeng. With a series of explosions, the two starry sky prodigies began to fight. Suyu was speechless. They were already killing each other before the black dog was successfully captured. Ha ha ha, Yardmaster? I'm very interested too. Bai Lingtian smiled and stepped into the mausoleum, ready to search for the new Yard Master. After weighing the pros and cons, many challengers followed suit and joined in the screening and capture of the Yard Master. Only a few challengers cast their gazes at Suyu after careful consideration. Haha, Suyu Xian, let me have a taste of your strength first. Qian Feng caught a glimpse of Bai Lingtian entering the depths of the mausoleum. After some hesitation, he finally decided to show himself. During this period of time, he had had enough of Bai Lingtian. Not only did he ignore the enemy who had killed more than half of his own faction, but he even cooperated with him. The remaining people of the Heavenly Knife region were bitterly disappointed. If not for the fact that Bai Lingtian was personally trained by the Region Master, he would have suspected that Bai Lingtian was a spy planted by the Red Blood Palace. Now that chaos was everywhere, it was the best time for revenge. As for Suyu's treasures and magical powers, Qianfeng was wary but confident. As the second strongest expert of the blessed and heavenly lands, how could Qianfeng not have a trump card? He was confident that if he played his trump card, Suyu's performance in the 100th story of the Martial Tower and in the illusory realm of the Martial Disaster would be unstoppable. To defeat Suyu, he only needed to play his trump card. Suyu glanced sideways and said placidly, "Have you forgotten Bai Lingtian's warning? Working together to warn the outside world." "Sorry, I forgot." Qianfeng grinned hideously. If he killed Suyu before Bai Lingtian came to his senses, he could frame the other challengers. Swoosh! Qianfeng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of pitch-black, fine needles. It was a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. However, the real danger was that the fine needles contained a deadly poison that made one's soul uneasy. The absolute poison of the fallen immortals? A nearby trial taker suddenly cried out in alarm. His face was full of fear as he retreated, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Suyu raised his brows. This poison was well known throughout the ages, so who didn't know about it, be it the ancient times or the current world? There was no one who did not know of it. This poison came from an expert who had failed to break through to the mortal fairy realm. Once a stage 6 all creations old monster failed to break through to the mortal fairy realm, the all creation's mighty force in his body would be greatly weakened. The weakened all creation's mighty force would condense into a strange poison, the fallen immortal strange poison. The martial artists who failed to break through the mortal fairy realm were called fallen immortals, hence the name of the fallen immortal strange poison. This kind of poison was extremely toxic. Except for the fallen immortal themselves, it was difficult for anyone to resist the strange poison of the fallen immortal. Once poisoned, the poison would corrode one's soul, causing one's soul to perish. Throughout history, anyone who was poisoned by this poison could only be cured by a mortal fairy powerhouse. Otherwise, no one could escape death. Chapter 1036. The poison of the fallen fairies on the fine steel needles formed layers of black ripples between Suyu's eyebrows, passing to the depths of his skull and straight to his soul. Suyu's whole body, starting from his eyebrows, was constantly turning black, like a mass of scorched black. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Many of the trial takers shuddered in fear. That was the strange poison of the fallen fairies, and those who were poisoned had no chance of survival. Combined with the semi-manufactured fairy artifact that could travel through the void, it did not give anyone any time to escape. With a void teleportation, it plunged into the enemy's body. This was an out-and-out killing weapon. Humph, humph, humph. Do you know who the domain master intended to deal with when he gave this to me? Ninefold was in high spirits after getting his revenge. This is to deal with Zhan Wushuang. The Heavenly Knife region gathered the power of the region to successfully create this deadly weapon. For this, the Heavenly Knife region lost countless manpower, material, and financial resources. The Red Blood Palace could not afford it, even if they sold everything they had. You should feel lucky to die under this great killing weapon. After all, this was prepared for Zhan Wushuang. You died a worthy death. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, an indifferent sigh suddenly came into his ears. It turns out to be so precious, it would be impolite to refuse. I will accept it. All of a sudden, a ball of weak light burst forth from Su Yu's body, permeating from the inside out. The pitch-black color on the surface of his body dissipated like the dark clouds that had been torn apart by the bright moon. In the end, only a little black ripple remained between his eyebrows. In front of the dumbfounded crowd, Su Yu gently pulled out the black steel needle with his index and middle fingers of his right hand, effortlessly removing it. Then he opened his palm and looked at it with great interest. There was no sign of poisoning at all. Ninefold was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed dramatically. You have a very high-grade soul defense treasure? It had to be said that this speculation was very close to the truth. Su Yu's attainments in the Heaven's Sun, gazing at air technique, had obtained the blessing of cultivation and the royal cloak. Soul attacks below the level of mortal fairy could hardly hurt Su Yu. The strange poison of the fallen fairies was indeed terrible. Su Yu could not deny that without the royal cloak he would have died. The poison was so intense that Su Yu didn't even have time to use the Milky Way star sand before his soul was destroyed. Shocked, Ninefold immediately realized that something was amiss. He pointed 2 fingers in the air and shouted, "Withdraw!" All of a sudden, the pitch-black needle in Su Yu's palm trembled slightly and pierced through the void. Apparently, it was summoned by its master and was ready to return to its master's palm. "You want to leave so easily after stabbing me?" Su Yu said nonchalantly. A layer of faintly discernible starlight emanated from his right palm. Shortly after, a drop of blood essence was forcefully extracted from the pitch-black steel needle. The essence blood was tenacious. It wriggled and attached itself to the steel needle, unwilling to leave. However, with the help of the Milky Way star sand, it was successfully peeled off. As a ball of flame rose from Su Yu's palm, the drop of blood turned into ashes. Only then did the steel needle stop trembling, lying quietly on Su Yu's palm. On the other hand, Nianfeng's face suddenly turned pale. Soon after, he crazily spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the air and turned into a blood mist. You forcibly erased the mark of a semi-manufactured fairy artifact." Nianfeng's eyes were full of disbelief, as if he had just experienced something appalling. Whenever a treasure was upgraded to a semi-manufactured fairy artifact, the refining mark left behind would often be integrated with the treasure's spirituality. If the mark was forcibly removed, the spirituality would often be destroyed, causing the treasure to be damaged and its grade to drop. Except for the elusive 9 Great Prefectures kings, he had never heard of a martial artist below the mortal fairy level who could remove the mark without damaging the spirituality of a treasure. However, this scene was happening right in front of him. The challengers beside him were also horrified. They had seen many strange talents, but it was the first time they had seen a monster like Su Yu, who was not afraid of the strange poison of the fallen immortals and snatched someone else's semi-manufactured fairy artifact. Inexplicable awe and fear welled up in everyone's hearts. They finally understood why Han Fei would rather snatch Dongfeng Tianfeng than attack Suyu. That was because this unknown Su Yuxian was truly unfathomable. Many people who had designs on Suyu gave up on the idea. Suyu acted as if there was no one else around. He sacrificed a drop of his own blood essence, injected it into the steel needle, and refined it simply. Not long after, a vague sense of spiritual connection was felt. Information about this formation immediately appeared in his mind. This formation was called the soul-piercing and spirit-snatching needle. It specialized in restraining all kinds of soul bodies and could nail a soul to death with a single blow. When attacking the enemy, it could turn into an illusion or a solid body. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and impossible to guard against. Combined with the strange poison of the fallen immortals, its power was amazing, and it was no less than a low-grade fairy artifact. After understanding the information, Suyu raised his head and stared at Qian Feng calmly. I didn't want to kill you at first. Although you almost violated someone you shouldn't have, you have come to me several times to seek death. I have no reason to be merciful anymore. With a flick of his finger, the pitch-black steel needle turned into a stream of light and pierced into the void. Qian Feng was horrified. He turned around and fled. At the same time, he sacrificed several powerful defenses. As he fled, he cried out involuntarily, "Senior brother Bai, save me!" Before he could finish shouting, a steel needle pierced through his throat. The remnants of the strange poison of the fallen immortals spread rapidly, turning him black. Most of the strange poison of the fallen immortals on the soul-piercing and spirit-snatching needle was used in the first blow. However, even if there was a small amount left, it was not something Qian Feng could resist. He was instantly charred, and his vitality rapidly weakened. You only remember that Bai Lingtian warned you to unite against the common enemy and not to attack me. But you've forgotten the second thing, he said. Suyu grabbed the soul-piercing and spirit-capturing needle and sighed. The second thing was what he wanted to say, that you are no match for me at all. Forgetting the first thing would only result in punishment from Bai Lingtian. Forgetting the second thing would result in death. Qian Feng's eyes were filled with indignation as he turned into dust. The black dust spread all around, turning the ground pitch black. All the spiritual trees withered, and died in a short period of time. Even the air was left with some unpleasant scents. The challengers who were watching dared not stay any longer. They fled one after another. Even the challengers who were in the mausoleum to capture the Yard Master fled together. Swoosh! The faint sound of something piercing through the air rang out from behind Suyu. Turning around, a complicated face was reflected in Suyu's eyes. Oh, you've captured the Mausoleum Master so soon. Bai Lingtian had his hands behind his back. His whole body was spotless, and there was no sign of him being disheveled. It was hard to imagine that he had just emerged from the mausoleum filled with the remnant souls of the mortal fairies. How can you be so sure that I was the one who captured the new Yard Master? Bai Lingtian asked instead of answering. Suyu put away the steel needle nonchalantly, glanced at him, and shook his head. I wouldn't be surprised even if you captured that black dog. The black dog was undoubtedly the most difficult character to deal with. After a long silence, Bai Lingtian sighed softly. You should have killed him, but he made the decision on his own. Death cannot wipe out his crimes. So the battle between you and me is finally about to begin. Suyu asked with a faint smile. Bai Lingtian nodded and then shook his head. I think there will be a battle between you and me, but not now. Crash! 2 powerful waves came from the sky, and 2 dainty figures descended. Han Fei's face was expressionless as usual. Dongfeng Tianfeng twisted her arms, her face full of resentment. Sister Fei don't you feel ashamed for snatching your little sister's stuff like that? Han Fei turned a deaf ear to her, her expression indifferent. It seemed that the book Yardmaster had fallen into Han Fei's hands. The 4 yard masters were in her hands, and there was only the last yard master left. The martial yard master. Humph! Damn dog, my yard master is gone. Hurry up and compensate me with yourself. Dongfang Tianfeng stomped her feet and pointed at the black dog angrily. The black dog smiled wretchedly. All right, young mistress, as long as you can catch me. When he finished speaking, he glanced at the remaining challengers. The battle for the yard master had ended. The mausoleum master had fallen into Bai Lingtian's hands, and no one dared to touch the black dog. The remaining challengers chose to leave this whirlpool one after another, choosing to look for small opportunities and sublimations with caution. In the end, only Su Yu, Bing Wuxin, Han Fei, Dongfang Tianfeng, Gu Taishu, and Bai Lingtian remained. Let's go together. Dongfang Tianfeng bellowed, taking the lead in attacking. After a moment of deliberation, Su Yu chose to attack as well. Dongfang Tianfeng alone might not be a match for the black dog. Han Fei, Bai Lingtian, and Gu Taishu chose to attack one after another. Bing Wuxin gripped her long sword and was about to join the battle, but was stopped by Su Yu. Wait, don't attack for now. Why? The black dog has killed so many of our challengers. Why don't you let me attack? Bing Wuxin was puzzled. Su Yu merely shook his head. I have something to confirm, so don't attack for now. After a moment of deliberation, Bing Wuxin suppressed her murderous aura and watched the battle in silence. Swoosh! When Su Yu joined the fray, the 5 of them had already attacked. The one with the fiercest offensive was Han Fei, who controlled dozens of pitch-black great suns and sliced through everything with the power of space. Dongfang Tianfeng activated her secret technique, and the figure of the fire phoenix beneath her expanded dramatically, emitting shocking flames all over its body. Its power was several times stronger than before. Bai Lingtian and Gu Taishu's attacks were slightly lacking, but the spiritual energy of the world was chaotic when they attacked, and their power was extraordinary. Together with Su Yu, the meteor light stream great formation, and the 8 silver pearls shattered all obstacles along the way. With the 5 of them joining forces, even Stage 2 all creations, old monsters, wouldn't be able to avoid them. In the face of the unprecedentedly united attack, the black dog was full of praises. Ha ha ha, great. I didn't expect the Jiuzhou continent, which was on the verge of decline, to give birth to so many top-notch heaven rulers. All of you are either blessed with top-notch bloodlines or rare, great destinies. Any one of you can be called the top genius of the century. Now that so many of you have gathered in one go, I haven't been so happy in a long time. As he laughed, the black dog's face suddenly turned hideous, and he said eerily, because it's more interesting to kill them this way. You want to obtain the legacy of the glittering jewel mortal fairy and revitalize the Jiuzhou continent? Go to hell, all of you. With a hideous laugh, the glittering jewel fairy scepter in the black dog's mouth suddenly erupted with a mass of pitch-black brilliance, sweeping across the surroundings. A bizarre scene unfolded. The attacks launched by the crowd were like clay oxen disappearing into the sea. Su Yu's meteor light stream, great formation, stopped spinning at lightning speed. Han Fei's dozens of black suns vanished into thin air. The fire phoenix beneath Dongfang Tianfeng's feet shrieked and vanished into thin air. Bai Lingtian and Gu Taishu's attacks were similarly neutralized. Chapter 1037. All attacks could be dissolved in an instant. This was the function of the glittering jewel fairy scepter, a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact. Who could fight it head-on? Kids, it's my turn! The black dog smiled sinisterly and stabbed the glittering jewel fairy scepter into the ground. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt he was shrouded by some invisible force. Su Yu cast a small fireball without batting an eyelid. However, the spell was stopped halfway through. It was the same after several attempts. We can't use our magical powers anymore. Han Fei's cold face wavered a little. Without thinking, She turned and flew away from the cemetery. On the contrary, standing within the boundaries of the martial yard, they still couldn't escape the purification effect of the glittering jewel fairy scepter. Haha, it's useless. The scope of effect of the glittering jewel fairy scepter is the entire glittering jewel wonderland. Unless you're like the born emperor, who tore the space apart and escaped from the glittering jewel wonderland, you're just a bunch of mortals with only treasures and cultivation. The black dog bared its ferocious fangs. Its emerald eyes flashed, and its pitch-black body split into 5, chasing after 5 people in 5 different directions. The 5 clones had the same aura and strength as the original body, and it was impossible to tell which direction the original body was at. However, Suyu and the others were left with only their physical bodies, and most of their strength was sealed. How could they dare to confront the black dog head-on? With a miserable groan, Dongfang Tianfeng's chest was hit by the black dog's paw. The sharp paw left a huge scratch. If Dongfang Tianfeng didn't have a defensive treasure that negated 90% of the force, the blow would have been enough to kill her. Damn dog! Dongfang Tianfeng's chest was covered with blood. She was shocked and furious. After weighing her options, she stepped on the tip of her foot and flew backward. She had chosen to escape. As she was fleeing, she took out several talismans that contained great power and threw them out. However, to her despair, the talismans were dissolved by the purification power halfway through the explosion. The power in the talismans dissipated into thin air. Shortly after, a pitch-black dog paw tore the talismans mercilessly and grabbed Dongfang Tianfeng's neck. Dongfang Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. She immediately threw out the defensive treasure that she kept close to her body. With its sturdiness, it barely managed to block 90% of the paw's power. However, her shoulder was still torn by the paw, and blood splattered all of a sudden. The agony stimulated Dongfang Tianfeng's reflexes. She immediately opened her space ring and prepared to take out some medicine to heal her injuries. However, her face paled when she realized that the spatial ring had failed halfway through its opening. Moreover, with her 9th grade almighty physique, she had a remarkable self-healing ability. But, not to mention her injuries, she had even lost the most basic ability to stop bleeding. Did you notice? Was he in despair? Here, all of you are just a bunch of ants with slightly stronger physiques than the average person. Die! The black dog sneered, and its astonishing claws tore through the air. Dongfang Tianfeng blocked with both her arms, revealing a pair of silky wrists. The dog's paw landed on it. The silk wrist blocked 80% of the force, while the remaining 20% penetrated her arm and rushed into Dongfang Tianfeng's body. With a muffled groan, Dongfang Tianfeng was blasted thousands of feet away, almost falling into the center of the mausoleum filled with the remnant souls of the mortal fairies. A starry sky prodigy ended up in such a sorry state. The rest of the people were not much better off. They were all in a sorry state. Only Suyu was able to deal with it with ease and was not injured in the slightest. Young man, can we not play with needles? The corners of the black dog's mouth twitched. It circled around Suyu like a wolf, but did not dare to attack. A pair of dog eyes stared fixedly at the black steel needle in Suyu's palm. The needle no longer had the strange poison of the fallen fairies on it, and it had lost its mysterious ability to travel through the void. However, once it was pierced, the damage to the soul did not disappear. The black dog lunged forward several times, but Suyu pricked its paw with the needle each time. The black dog yelped in pain. After several times, it became extremely cautious and did not dare to pounce on Suyu easily again. If I don't play with needles, am I supposed to be tortured by you? Suyu said playfully. The black dog felt like a dog that had bitten a hedgehog and did not know where to start. Ah, look, there are meat buns in the sky. The black dog suddenly looked up at the sky. Suyu looked at the sky, but the steel needle in his hand pierced forward without hesitation. Hell, Woof, 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 woof. The tragic barking of a dog followed closely. The black dog was covered by the needle in its mouth, rolling on the ground in pain and barking incessantly. Su Yu's eyes flashed and his figure moved. He took out a thumb-sized ball that was half yellow and half blue from his sleeve and suddenly threw it at the black dog. Although the black dog was in pain, it was still paying attention to Su Yu's actions. Without thinking, it jumped up and sneered, "The magical powers of a magical treasure cannot be used." After saying that, it slapped its paw. However, as soon as its paw touched the ball, the black dog's expression froze, and it immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. After a tragic dog howl, the black dog was pressed to the ground by the ball. Its 4 legs twitched, and it could not move. White saliva was rolling from the dog's mouth, and it cursed vaguely. "I am still too young, and I really thought that was a magical treasure." Then with a puff, the black dog turned into a cloud of smoke. Su Yu put away the underworld pearl expressionlessly. After experiencing a few times where the space ring could not be opened, Su Yu was used to carrying a few light magical treasures with him. Now it was finally coming in handy. The soul-piercing ability of the steel needle and the weight of the underworld pearl were the basic attributes of the magical treasures, and were not affected by the purification of the glittering jewel fairy scepter. Just like a sharp knife, it could not be purified into an iron brick, could it? Staring at the drifting smoke of the black dog, Su Yu pondered for a moment. His speculation about the glittering jewel wonderland was one step closer. Perhaps participating in the glittering jewel wonderland was a mistake in itself. Su Yu sighed softly and turned to look at the others. The most miserable one was Dongfang Tianfeng. For some unknown reason, the black dog was especially ruthless towards Dongfang Tianfeng in the same pursuit. It was as if the black dog bore a grudge against Dongfang Tianfeng. "Brother Su, please lend me a hand." Bai Lingtian saw that Su Yu had successfully defeated everyone, and his face lit up with delight. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him, shrugged, and took a few steps towards Dongfang Tianfeng. Before he could take out the steel needle, the black dog shuddered and retreated, baring its teeth. The steel needle had given it an unforgettable memory. Even though it was a clone, it had the same memory. "Kid, don't ruin my plans." The black dog barked fiercely. Su Yu didn't mean to save Dongfang Tianfeng, but he didn't want the black dog to succeed. Seeing that, Han Fei and Gu Taishu pondered for a moment. While fending off the black dog's frenzied attacks, they gathered by Su Yu's side. Now, only Su Yu could restrain the black dog. Sure enough, when they were 30 feet away from Su Yu, the remaining 4 black dogs stopped in unison. They paced around the perimeter, becoming more cautious. However, the next moment, the 4 black dogs launched their attacks at the same time, attacking the 4 people from 4 different directions. Su Yu waved his sleeves casually. The steel needle, the underworld pearl, and the silk thread protected Han Fei, Bai Lingtian, and Dongfang Tianfeng. The 3 black dogs stopped abruptly, retreating unwillingly. Gu Taishu was the only one who groaned in pain. One of his arms had been torn off by the black dog, and blood was spurting out incessantly. Seeing that the others were protected by Su Yu, and that he was the only one who was exposed and attacked, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. It was obvious that Su Yu had done it on purpose, even with the intention of killing him. Sensing that Gu Taishu wasn't protected, the eyes of the 4 black dogs lit up. They circled around and stared at Gu Taishu with hideous smiles. "Ha ha ha! Pitiful worm, have you been abandoned? If that's the case, I won't hold back." With 4 barks for black shadows leaped out at the same time, biting at Gu Taishu at the same time. Even though Gu Taishu had incredible magical powers, he was restrained by the glittering jewel fairy scepter. Seeing that he was about to be torn to pieces by the 4 black dogs, suddenly an imperceptible silk thread streaked across the bodies of the 4 black dogs soundlessly. Poof! 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 With 4 consecutive sounds of annihilation, The 4 black dogs were split into halves at the same time. From the glittering jewel fairy scepter, a furious voice came from underground. "Damn it, kid, you set me up." Obviously, Gu Taishu was actually a bait, luring the 4 black dogs into a trap so that they could be killed at the same time. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to kill them one by one. With the black dog's ability to escape, this group of mortals who had lost their magical powers and treasures could never catch up. Su Yu and Gu Taishu had a grudge, which had been shown in front of the martial tower. The black dog must have seen it. Now that Su Yu had used the black dog to get rid of Gu Taishu, it seemed logical, and the black dog had been careless and fallen for it. Otherwise, Su Yu could have deliberately exposed Han Fei, Dongfeng Tianfeng, and even Bai Lingtian. With the black dog's cunning, it might have seen through the trap. Although Gu Taishu had escaped death, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill him when they returned to the Jiuzhou continent. There was no hurry. Knowing that he had been used as bait by Su Yu, Gu Taishu's brows flickered with a murderous look. At that moment, a plume of black smoke rose slowly and condensed into the shape of a black dog. It was the black dog that had been hiding in the dark when he was using the clone. All 5 black dogs had been destroyed, but they had not really killed it. Although it was disappointing, it was still within expectations. If the black dog could be killed so easily, it would not have been entangled with them until now. The infuriated black dog glared at the 6 of them fiercely, its murderous aura threatening. "Don't think you'll be safe and sound with this brat around. I'm indestructible in the glittering jewel wonderland. Killing me 1,000 times won't help. This brat can protect you for now, but can he protect you forever? Accept your fate and stop struggling. I'll give you a quick death." Their expressions changed. Indeed, Su Yu couldn't protect them for long. Seeing that they were deep in thought, the black dog rolled its eyes. "Hee, brat, I can't do anything to you, and you can't kill me either. Why don't we make a deal? If you join forces with me and get rid of the 4 of them, I'll open the 6th yard for you. Only you can enter, and all the legacies of the glittering jewel mortal fairy will belong to you alone. What do you think?" Upon hearing that, Han Fei and the others had a strange look in their eyes. What they had worried about the most had happened. The black dog had indeed taken this step. Or rather, with the black dog's cunning, it would have taken this step sooner or later. If any of them were in Su Yu's shoes, they would seriously consider the black dog's suggestion. Su Yu's relationship with them was neither friend nor foe. There was no benefit in protecting them, and it would only be a burden. On the other hand, cooperating with the black dog would bring them great benefits. They already had an answer as to how Su Yu would choose. Whoosh! In an instant, the 5 of them, who had joined forces, suddenly separated, for pairs of eyes locked onto Su Yu, extremely guarded. If Su Yu could kill the black dog, it would only be easier for him to kill them. "It's good to be careful." Su Yu smiled, fiddling with the soul-piercing needle in his palm. "But will I be fooled so easily?" The black dog's eyes flickered, and it laughed. "Are you worried that I won't keep my promise? We can sign the Book of the Heart's Oaths." However, Su Yu shook his head. "What I mean by fooled is not whether you'll keep your promise, but you're already at the end of your rope, and yet you're trying to trick me into eliminating the threat for you. Do you think I'm a fool?" Chapter 1038. Who are you talking about? The black dog stood up on its hind legs and crossed its 2 front paws in front of its chest, showing off the muscles on its legs and baring its teeth in provocation. "My physique is peerless. A single strand of hair can break 1,000 weapons. A drop of blood can destroy all living things, and a glance can behead the gods. Junior, it's fine if you insult my character, but underestimate my physique and you'll suffer a calamity. Bang!" Suddenly, a bead was thrown over. The black dog had no chance to dodge, and it was flattened with all 4 limbs, facing the sky, foaming at the mouth. "Ah, take it away." The black dog's 4 legs were flailing wildly, spitting saliva and struggling. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. Brother Su, you're so powerful. You've suppressed the black dog's original form so easily. Dongfeng Tianfeng was dumbfounded. Han Fei and the others were also puzzled. Judging from the black dog's performance, it couldn't have been so weak after a few clones were destroyed. Of course its original form shouldn't be so weak, but what if most of its strength was used to activate the glittering jewel fairy scepter? Su Yu looked at the glittering jewel fairy scepter and said calmly, if the black dog had used the glittering jewel fairy scepter earlier and caused all the challengers to lose their magical powers and treasures, would it have been forced into a corner? Obviously, activating the glittering jewel fairy scepter required a huge price, and the black dog was unwilling to use it until the very last moment. The 5 clones of the black dog were not as simple as clones, but were formed from the black dog's remaining strength. Unexpectedly, they were all destroyed by Su Yu. As a result, the black dog's original form was extremely weak and was easily suppressed by Su Yu. The black dog was suppressed, and the glittering jewel fairy scepter lost its power support and stopped operating. The invisible waves quietly returned, and everyone withdrew their magical powers. The most troublesome martial yardmaster was finally suppressed, and the look in everyone's eyes changed. Next was the distribution of benefits. The martial yardmaster was the ticket to enter the final place of legacy of the 6th yard. The glittering jewel fairy scepter, a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact, was the most powerful and top-notch treasure in the Jiuzhou continent. There was no other. With it, who in the world would be its match? However, no one tried to snatch it because there was one person who hadn't moved. Su Yu. Han Fei and the others stared at Su Yu from the corner of their eyes. Along the way, they had developed an inexplicable fear of Su Yu, a challenger whose abilities were unclear, but who had many tricks up his sleeve. It was not only his strength, but also his meticulous mind, which made them exceptionally vigilant. Now, Su Yu had his arms crossed over his chest and was motionless. He had no intention of fighting for the glittering jewel fairy scepter. Could it be that there was a conspiracy in the glittering jewel fairy scepter that they hadn't discovered, yet that Su Yu had discovered? Since the glittering jewel fairy scepter had been held by the black dog, everyone became cautious. Hey, none of you want it. Then I won't be polite. Suddenly, Su Yu let out a playful chuckle. The looks in Han Fei and the others' eyes changed, but they still did not dare to make a move. Instead, they focused on Su Yu's figure. Once he made a move, they would dare to make a move. However, they had obviously neglected the fact that there was another person on the field. It's not bad. I'll accept it for you. Bing Wuxin's beautiful figure appeared near the glittering jewel fairy scepter in a flash. She grasped it with her jade-like hand and held it in her palm with great agility. She then waved at Su Yu, indicating that she had completed the task. I've been tricked. When Han Fei and the others realized what was going on, it was already too late. Su Yuxian, don't you think you've gone too far by toying with us like this? Han Fei said dispassionately. She looked like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dongfeng Tianfeng Gu Taishu by Ling Tian, and the others stared at Bing Wuxin in the distance, their eyes gleaming with a strange light. Now that they had magical powers, it didn't seem like a problem for them to snatch the glittering jewel fairy scepter from Bing Wuxin's hands. Just as they were calculating in their hearts, all of a sudden, the glittering jewel fairy scepter in Bing Wuxin's hands started to crack from the inside out, covering the entire body of the fairy scepter. The glittering jewel fairy scepter is about to shatter. Bing Wuxin was taken aback. She immediately enveloped it with vital energy and held it carefully in her palms. Su Yu sighed. Sure enough, it won't be so easy on us. The black dog, who was lying on all fours, couldn't help but burst out laughing triumphantly. How intelligent am I? I've taken every possibility into account. I've long predicted the outcome of being captured. Why would I leave the peerless treasure to you for nothing? This glittering jewel fairy scepter is fake. Bing Wuxin frowned. The black dog sneered. How could a fake, glittering jewel fairy scepter have such nature-defying powers? Of course it's real. It's just that I broke it years ago. You? Everyone was doubtful. A replica of an emperor-based saint artifact was known as the #1 artifact in Jiuzhou. How could it be broken by someone? Damn dog, you're at death's door. Shouldn't you tell us your true identity? Suyu walked over and said placidly, the mysterious black dog that had appeared 9,000 years ago, the black ghost that had changed the fate of the central prefecture in one fell swoop. Who was it? Why was it in the glittering jewel wonderland? How could it change the layout of the glittering jewel mortal fairy? Ha 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 ha, I'm a handsome, charming, and beautiful dog that everyone loves. All of a sudden, the black dog was thrashing its 4 legs. Ah, be gentle. I'll tell you. Suyu shifted his thoughts and lightened the weight of the underworld pearl. Actually, I am. The black dog took a deep breath and opened its mouth with great difficulty, preparing to reveal its identity. All of a sudden, the cry of a phoenix resounded. The black dog that had been suppressed under the underworld pearl had been replaced by a fire phoenix. Ha ha ha! The 6th yard has finally fallen into my hands. An unbridled and flamboyant laughter reached everyone's ears. Looking back, Dongfeng Tianfeng was laughing wildly with the black dog in her hand. There was a hint of madness in her laughter that had been suppressed for a long time. At first glance, it gave off a ferocious vibe. Compared to the girl next door, Dongfeng Tianfeng, it was a world of difference. Wait, what do you mean by the 6th yard? Gu Taishu raised his brows and asked, wasn't the 6th yard only accessible to everyone who held the position of yard master? Why was capturing the black dog equivalent to controlling the 6th yard? However, they soon realized that something was amiss. It was also Dongfeng Tianfeng who had told them that holding the position of yard master meant holding the right to control the 6th yard. They had been tricked. A bunch of fools. Don't you understand where the 6th yard is? Dongfeng Tianfeng waved the black dog in her hand, her face full of sarcasm. The black dog was the 6th yard. Otherwise, where did you think he got the glittering jewel fairy scepter? Where did the crystal ball he spat out come from? The 6th yard, of course. The final place of legacy. Dongfeng Tianfeng revealed the truth. Actually, the 6th yard is in its stomach. To open the 6th yard, it doesn't need the 5-yard masters, but only the fresh blood of the great Oriental family. Dongfeng Tianfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. She bit her finger, and a drop of her blood fell on the top of the black dog's head. All of a sudden, the black dog collapsed and turned into a cloud of smoke. Immediately, the smoke condensed into a gigantic, pitch-black door. The giant door seemed both real and illusory, leading to a pitch-black world of billowing demonic energy. The 6th yard was open just like that. You should understand now. The rumor about the 6th yard was, of course, spread by the great Oriental family. Otherwise, how would you believe it? Suyu stroked his chin and retreated quietly. However, he had only retreated a few steps when his expression changed slightly. An invisible wall of demonic energy had shrouded an area of 1,000 feet. Looking at Han Fei and the others, they also sensed something strange and tried to break the wall of demonic energy, but to no avail. Don't waste your energy. This is the barrier of the 6th yard, the final cage that imprisons the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Even she can't escape, let alone you guys. Dongfeng Tianfeng revealed another shocking fact. Suyu's eyes flickered. Sure enough, this was the nature of the glittering jewel wonderland. What cage are you talking about? Also, what's the matter with the glittering jewel mortal fairy being imprisoned? Han Fei's indifferent face was filled with shock. Dongfeng Tianfeng chuckled. Although you're stalling for time, it's still very interesting to disseminate the secrets of the world to a bunch of ignorant people like you. The glittering jewel wonderland isn't a place for training at all, but a cage. The 6th yard is a cell within a cage. The one imprisoned here is none other than the guardian of Jojo, the glittering jewel mortal fairy, whom everyone in the Jojo continent teleports to. The 5-yard masters are the keys to open the cell. The earth-shattering news subverted everyone's understanding. The glittering jewel mortal fairy passed away and left behind all her legacy to benefit her descendants. How could she be imprisoned? Gu Taishu scoffed. Dongfang Tianfeng sneered and shook her head. Compared to Su Yuxian, you're not just a little bit lacking, am I right, Brother Su? You've already guessed something, haven't you? Everyone cast doubtful glances at him. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. I've only guessed a little. The glittering jewel mortal fairy has guarded the continent for many years. If she really had an heir, she would have set it up before she passed away. Why would she go through so much trouble to set up such a huge wonderland and pass it on to her descendants, little by little before her death? Such a way to benefit her descendants is too risky. How could she guarantee that the wonderland wouldn't be taken advantage of by her enemies after her death? She might as well choose the outstanding talents of the present generation that she had taken a liking to. Only then would the legacy be meaningful. Therefore, I've always had doubts about the theory that the glittering jewel wonderland is a place of legacy. It wasn't until I experienced several yards that I finally understood. The 5 great yards are not so much yards, but rather 5 great seals that suppress something. To be sealed and suppressed by such painstaking efforts, there shouldn't be anyone else but the glittering jewel mortal fairy, the #1 mortal fairy in the world. Of course, these are all speculations without any proof. Clap. Dongfang Tianfeng applauded with appreciation. You've speculated to this extent with only a few clues. The Dongfang family combined the Jojo booklet, the information from ancient times, and the painstaking efforts of several generations to calculate the true face of the glittering jewel wonderland. That's right, it's a cage. The one imprisoned is the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Everyone was shocked speechless after hearing such shocking information. Don't be surprised. In fact, the 9 great prefectures' kings, the severed fairy cliff master, and some others already know the truth. They just don't dare to make it public, Dongfang Tianfeng said. Gu Taishu said, you still haven't answered. Hasn't the glittering jewel mortal fairy passed away? Why was she suppressed? Who was the one who suppressed her? She was the #1 mortal fairy in the world. Who could suppress her? Dongfang Tianfeng sneered. Who told you that she passed away? Is there any clear record of the source of this information in any ancient book? No, it's all the speculation of the later generations after the arrival of the glittering jewel wonderland. Over time, it's regarded as the truth. As for the last few questions, you're wrong about 2 of them. When she was suppressed, she was not the #1 mortal fairy in the world, but a god. After countless years of cultivation, she became a god, and the one who suppressed her was, of course, a god. What? Everyone was shocked once again. The glittering jewel mortal fairy became a god. Moreover, it was another god who suppressed her. Why? Why did that god suppress the glittering jewel god? Was it because she was protecting Jojo? Han Fei probed. However, Dongfang Tianfeng asked an unexpected question. Who told you that the glittering jewel mortal fairy was protecting Jojo? Did you see it with your own eyes? Or did you hear it with your own ears? Han Fei was speechless. Of course, it was spread by word of mouth. She can't be the protector of the Jojo continent, because her real body is the demon race. Dongfang Tianfeng threw out another shocking secret. The so-called protection of Jojo by her is, in fact, an illusion. She defeated the invading demon race and protected Jojo from then on, becoming the protector of Jojo. What a beautiful and touching story. Dongfang Tianfeng laughed coldly. But has anyone ever thought about where she came from? Why would she protect Jojo for no reason? As a mortal fairy, is it possible for her to help others without benefiting herself? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? When the human race was in danger, a top powerhouse between a mortal fairy and a god, happened to pass by, save Jojo, and protect Jojo without hesitation. According to my family's deduction, judging from the traces of the glittering jewel mortal fairy's attack, the divine path she took was faith. So how did she gain faith? She gave us the answer, and was worshipped as the protector by billions of creatures in Jojo. At this point, everyone seemed to have seen the conspiracy that had taken place ages ago. In order to gain faith, a demon who was about to break through to the divine state put on a heroic act of saving the people of Jojo. In fact, there were many flaws in the story. As Dongfang Tianfeng said, it was too coincidental, too selfless, and too great. However, the people of later generations were in awe of the demon race. Even though they knew there were suspicious points, they pretended not to know. After being shocked for a long time, everyone was a little thirsty. So, who suppressed the glittering jewel demon god? This was also a question that they were extremely concerned about. Dongfang Tianfeng had a desolate look on her face. A god. Jojo's god, Lord Sacred Kylin. There was a god in Jojo. Jojo is actually a world created by Lord Sacred Kylin. To put it simply, it's a cavern world, Dongfang Tianfeng said. Suyu was shocked. Creating a world? It sounded controversial, but he had seen a piece of history with his own eyes. Shen Yichen sacrificed his body, evolved thousands of creatures, and recreated the Zhenlong continent. Could it be that Shen Yichen also had a divine state? Every god has their own cavern world. The Jojo continent is Lord Sacred Kylin's cavern world, Dongfang Tianfeng said with admiration. Then, the only one who can suppress the glittering jewel demon god is the Jojo god, Sacred Kylin. Everyone was extremely excited after hearing this. Why didn't Sacred Kylin stop the glittering jewel mortal fairy from absorbing the faith of all living beings? Why did he only take action after she became a god? Where is she now? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Tianfeng's face darkened. Although Sacred Kylin is a god, he is only one person. The number of gods in the demon race is far beyond what Sacred Kylin can handle. Therefore, he had no choice but to agree to let the glittering jewel mortal fairy absorb the power of faith. However, after the glittering jewel mortal fairy became a demon god, she prepared to refine the Jojo continent into a treasure. The condition was that the Jojo god would sacrifice the creatures of Jojo. Sacred Kylin had no choice but to resist and fight. In the end, this cage is the final result. Obviously, Sacred Kylin failed to kill the glittering jewel demon god. Sacred Kylin never showed up again, I'm afraid. Perhaps the price of the battle back then was the death of Sacred Kylin. So, you're opening the last cell now to release the glittering jewel demon god? Su Yu's gaze sharpened. If what Dongfang Tianfeng said was true, what she was about to do now was too unfathomable. Combined with the rumors that the 6th yard was the final place of legacy from Dongfang Tianfeng, Su Yu's heart sank. Chapter 1039. The world-renowned Great Oriental family was actually the descendant of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. No wonder the Dongfang family possessed a secret that was never recorded in history. However, if she was the descendant of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, what else could she do by opening the 6th yard and the final cell? Release the ancestor, the glittering jewel demon god. Now that the Sacred Kylin had fallen, the glittering jewel demon god had appeared. Who in the 9 prefectures could stop him? Dongfang Tianfeng, do you want to release the glittering jewel demon god and bring harm to the people of Jojo? Han Fei shouted coldly. She was secretly gathering power to activate the heavenly demon Black Sunday. However, Dongfang Tianfeng's expression turned cold. Release her? How could this be? Since the birth of the Dongfang family, our only mission has been to destroy the glittering jewel demon god. Opening the prison cell is only to send him to his grave. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. You should have heard of the curse of the Great Oriental family, Dongfang Tianfeng said faintly. Curse? Su Yu had read many ancient books, and he did remember some relevant descriptions. The great Oriental family controlled the history of the 9 states and knew too many secrets. They had violated some taboos and were punished. In the Dongfang family, there were only women and no men. As long as a boy was born, he or she would die before the age of 9. The great Oriental family didn't have any men, only women. Even the 2 mortal fairies in the world were women. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. The most miserable thing was that the women of the Dongfang family only had 1/10 of an ordinary person's lifespan, so they aged very quickly. Without martial arts, girls would die of old age at the age of 10. The lifespan of those who practiced martial arts was also limited in this way. Many of the girls from the Dongfang family who looked to be 45 years old were actually only 18 or 19 years old. Once a martial artist's body deteriorated, it would be much more difficult to cultivate. Under this vicious cycle, unless one's talent was extremely outstanding, they would all die young. Dongfang Tianfeng looked like a normal young girl, but in fact, it was rare to see one in 100 years. The real Dongfang family was cursed, and most of them were old and miserable. In order to continue the family line, the Dongfang family had no choice but to recruit the young talents of the continent and work hard to reproduce. If one's aptitude wasn't considered outstanding, the clan would arrange the heavy responsibility of reproduction. She had intercourse with one man after another and gave birth to new offspring. The cycle continued until she grew old and died. Therefore, in some ancient texts, the Dongfang family was known as the brothel family. Almost none of the members of the family had the same father. Such a vicious curse had plagued the Dongfang family for 10,000 years. As a woman, Han Fei's eyes occasionally showed some tenderness. How tragic was the fate of being reduced to breeding animals. Do you know where the curse comes from? Dongfang Tianfeng asked coldly. Could it be the glittering jewel demon god? That's right, the glittering jewel demon god. Dongfang Tianfeng was filled with a murderous aura. Back then, before she died, she left her descendants behind. It wasn't to continue the goodwill of her descendants, but to continue herself with the lives of her descendants. Even if one becomes a god, there will be an end to one's life. Moreover, the seal of the glittering jewel wonderland is maintained by constantly absorbing the life of the glittering jewel demon god. Under normal circumstances, according to the design of the sacred Kylin, time is enough to absorb all of its life force and obliterate it. However, the descendants she left in the 9 regions have delayed her death. Through her bloodline, she continuously extracted the life force of her descendants to prolong her immortality. This was the reason why the members of the Dongfang family were so short-lived. It's not the curse of heaven and earth, but the curse of our ancestors. The more the Dongfang family multiplied, the more life force the glittering jewel demon god extracted, and the more she could delay her death. Only the demon clan could torture their descendants like this. Or perhaps she had never regarded the Dongfang family, who had the same face as humans as her descendants. Only by killing her can the curse of the Dongfang family be lifted. Dongfang Tianfeng's murderous aura was shocking, and her face had a morbid ferocity. The Dongfang family has waited for so long, and finally, an unprecedented opportunity has presented itself. What opportunity? Han Fei asked curiously. Dongfang Tianfeng said, Perhaps you were born in the current flourishing age, so you didn't realize it. In the last 20 years, there have been many geniuses, comparable to the flourishing age of the past. There has never been an era like the present, where peerless geniuses have sprung up. The Dongfang family has been monitoring the 9 regions since ancient times, and only then have we caught a glimpse of this abnormal, flourishing age. Han Fei was puzzled. Even so, what does this mean? It's hard for you to imagine the suppression that the glittering jewel demon god exerted on the 9 regions. When one reaches the realm of gods, a single thought can affect the reproduction and cultivation of billions of people. It was she who suppressed the prosperity of the 9 regions, causing the geniuses to be weaker generation after generation. Now, there has never been so many proud and arrogant heaven rulers. There is only one possibility. She is no longer able to suppress the 9 regions. What could be the reason for her inability to suppress the 9 regions? Dongfang Tianfeng said coldly. The reason, of course, was that the glittering jewel demon god had been sealed for so long and had been extremely weak. Therefore, the 9 regions had been suppressed for so long, and that was why so many heaven rulers had erupted. If that's the case, why not wait any longer? There's no need to take the risk, Siyu said. Dongfang Tianfeng shook her head. You may not know this, but unless the source god is destroyed, a god will not perish no matter how weak she is. As long as she is alive, the curse of the Dongfang family will never disappear. Are you sure you can destroy the source god? Siyu asked. He had come into contact with a dying god, the ancient bronze tree god. Even a corpse would find it difficult to move an inch in front of it, let alone destroy the so-called source god. Dongfang Tianfeng was full of confidence. Don't worry. How could I come unprepared? Swoosh! A sharp remnant horn appeared in her palm. The remnant horn was pitch black, and at first glance, it looked like an ordinary object. However, upon closer inspection, it felt like there was another universe hidden within the remnant horn. There was an indescribable majesty to it. An indescribable sense of worship surged in his heart. This is a relic of a god. This familiar feeling of worship immediately reminded Su Yu of the ancient bronze tree god. Dongfang Tianfeng's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she immediately nodded. That's strange. You seem to know a lot of things. That's right, this is a relic of a god, a remnant horn of the sacred Cauldron. Hearing that it was the sacred Cauldron, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Back then, the sacred Cauldron and the glittering jewel demon god had a great battle, and the sacred Cauldron was defeated. Before it died, it sealed the glittering jewel demon god, and the corpse of the sacred Cauldron disappeared. The Dongfang family spent a long time to finally find its remnant horn from the forbidden area of the barren land of the far west. It contains the divine power of the sacred Cauldron, and this is the only thing that can destroy the source god of the glittering jewel demon god. In this world, there will never be a second one, so this is the only chance to kill the glittering jewel demon god. Staring at the remnant horn of the sacred Cauldron, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. The Dongfang family had prepared for this day for a long time. After a long silence, Siyu said, If that's the case, why didn't you tell us earlier? Why go through so much trouble? If Su Yu hadn't saved her, she would have almost died at the hands of the black dog. If she had told them the truth earlier, as people of Juzhou, how could they not help her? She seemed to be guarding against something. It's not that simple. Dongfang Tianfeng shook her head. First of all, without my blood to open the 6th yard, would you believe me? Second, and the reason why the Dongfang family and I have always kept it a secret. Dongfang Tianfeng glanced at Su Yu and the others closely. According to the intelligence of the Dongfang family, there is a very terrifying existence among the challengers this time. During the test of the glittering jewel wonderland 100 years ago, a trace of godly spirit was brought out of the wonderland. That trace of godly spirit, if I'm not mistaken, should be the godly spirit that was separated from the glittering jewel demon god. The Dongfang family detected this unusual fluctuation and roughly guessed the intention of the glittering jewel demon god. She was going to use this godly spirit to give birth to an invincible heaven ruler in the Juzhou continent. Don't doubt it, the godly spirit is the source of the gods, the supreme power that can create a cave. If it was used to create a single individual, how powerful would it be? Can you imagine? Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they thought of one person at the same time, the born emperor, Zhan Wushuang, invincible in the world. Could there be a second person besides him? However, Zhan Wushuang had already left the glittering jewel wonderland and had never touched the final cell. In other words, the person who was born from the godly spirit of the glittering jewel demon god was someone else. This person must be extremely powerful, able to suppress all the challengers, so that he could eliminate all obstacles and release the glittering jewel demon god. Dongfang Tianfeng looked around at Su Yu and the others, full of vigilance. You must be the top geniuses of the world. The incarnation of the glittering jewel demon, God born from the godly spirit, is among you. So before this, I couldn't reveal any of my true intentions, Dongfang Tianfeng said, the corners of her mouth gradually revealing a smile. As Dongfang Tianfeng spoke, a smile gradually appeared at the corner of her lips. However, it doesn't matter now, because all of you have a yard master. Su Yu frowned. The yard master has a sealing effect on the living creatures born from the godly spirit, right? In response, Dongfang Tianfeng praised, exactly, the 5 great yards, the 5 great seals, and the yard master is the core of the seal. Bringing it along with you is equivalent to being sealed. As long as any of you is a living creature born from the godly spirit, you will be sealed, and you will not be able to stop me. It was indescribable to plot to this extent. It turned out that this was the purpose of the great Oriental family spreading rumors about the yard masters, to trick the living creatures born from the godly spirit into capturing a yard master and sealing it. Since that living creature was known to be invincible in the world, capturing one or even more yard masters would be a piece of cake. In order to open the 6th yard, that living creature would definitely do so. Even if they fell into the trap, Su Yu and the others had nothing to say. Although I don't know which one of you is the living creature born from the godly spirit, you can't stop me any more. Dongfang Tianfeng let out a long laugh. She opened her wrist and sprinkled fresh blood onto the giant door that was filled with demonic energy. The final prison cell appeared. Buzz! Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled. From the depths of the dark passageway of the giant door, the clanging sound of chains being dragged could be heard. An indistinct behemoth was slowly being dragged out. Vaguely, it was a pitch-black cage. Within the cage, the glittering jewel demon god should be sealed. The glittering jewel demon god, your doomsday, is here. Dongfang Tianfeng's face was distorted from excitement, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably.